approve the minutes, but we have not proceeded farther into our agenda, and we will begin that now. If you'd like, Chair Quigley.
Great. I think we can just pick up with the amendments and go from there.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. This is Ashley Vaquero with the Office of Charter Schools. We have 5 amendment requests today. So I will begin with, let's go ahead and begin with Davis Academy. So Davis Academy Chadbourne was a school that was in our current RTO cohort. They were planning to open this fall in Columbus County, and they have requested to terminate or relinquish their charter. Unfortunately, they have submitted a pretty thorough letter that explains the difficulties they had and kind of the experience they had with the Columbus County. They believe that they were on their way to purchasing a building from the county, and that did not work out. And they have decided that due to difficulties in finding a facility, that they are just going to relinquish their charter and hope to come back and apply down the road. This does require CSAB recommendation and state board approval, which is why you are hearing it today. Are there any questions?
All right, any questions?
Alex, can I make a motion that we accept the relinquishment of their charter?
Any other fellow seconds?
All right, properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right. We'll do a voice vote for this, Ashley.
Okay. All right, Terry Stoops.
Aye.
Joel Ford.
Aye.
Bruce Friend.
Aye.
Rita Hare.
Aye.
Lynn Kroger.
Aye.
Philip Parlay.
Aye.
Sherry Reese.
Aye.
Cheryl Turner.
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
Aye.
And Todd Gabby.
Aye.
Okay. That passes, and we will bring that to state board. Okay. The next amendment we have is from Coastal Preparatory Academy. This is a K-8 charter school in Wilmington. They opened in 2017, and this will look familiar. It's similar to the recent request from Aristotle Preparatory Academy to partner with Charter One as their EMO. They have similar reasons for wanting to do this, including alignment with their educational plan, their classic curriculum, also based on Charter One's Charter One's history and success with other schools in North Carolina and also in several other states. And then finally, Coastal Preparatory was seeking to improve their enrollment, and Charter One has assisted them in doing that, including an increase from 557 to 851 confirmed students for this upcoming fall year. We do have Charter One and Coastal Prep representatives on the line if you have specific questions about that proposal. And they have submitted all the necessary documentation, including information about the fee and the agreement, the service agreement. Are there any questions, or would you like to hear from any of the representatives?
Sure. Let's. Could we just have a statement by the board chair?
Yes, this is Dan Misick. I'm the board chair from Coastal Prep. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
We were just requesting the approval of Charter One as our EMO to help to help the school out. They've done so much for us already in the short amount of time that they've worked with us. Their core values, their curriculum all align with those of Coastal Prep. They've helped increase our enrollment through the assistance of their marketing team, and in doing so, they've made us more stable financially and able to service, continue to service children and help with their education. So we really look forward to getting this approved and let it go to the state board for their approval, so we can execute the contract and move on.
Any questions from board members?
This is Sherry Reeves. I have a question. So, what is your current ADM for Coastal Prep?
Right now, I believe we're at 707, I believe.
Oh wow. Okay. You're increasing to what's your anticipated enrollment for the fall?
Currently, we have 851 enrolled. I believe we're looking to go to 920 to allow for attrition so that we can actually land comfortably. But I think we budgeted, our budget is based on 850 students for next year.
Have you had further construction on your building since you first built it?
We had, the original facility was the K through 5 building. We recently built the new middle school, which we built with BC Construction. We went through the bonding process and with Silvercrest out of New York. We had a bond for $25 million. We built the middle school. We purchased the land first that we had leased from ACD. We purchased that land. We built the middle school. We purchased land across the street in hopes for a future high school.
Okay, awesome. I haven't been since the original building, so I have something to look forward to. Thank you.
Yeah, come on down. It's a beautiful state-of-the-art facility. We'd love to have you down and show off.
All right, other questions?
Alex, mine's just a comment. This is Sherry. So I think Coastal Prep has been low performing in the past, but it looks like this is a good move. They're trying to right the ship, if you will, by partnering with Charter One. So that's just my observation.
All right, comments? All right. Hearing none, we'll ask for a motion.
This is Sherry. I'll make a motion that we approve the amendment request to partner with Charter One.
This is Terry Stoops, I'll second.
Properly moved in second. Any further discussion?
Chairman, quickly, this is Rita Hare, and I need to recuse myself from this vote. Sorry I didn't mention that earlier. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we'll do a voice vote, and I believe Bruce, Tilda, and Rita are all recused.
All right, that will be noted. Terry Stoops,
Aye.
Joel Ford,
Aye.
Lynn Kroger, aye. Sherry Reeves, aye. Cheryl Turner, aye. Okay. Alex Quigley,
Aye.
Todd Gabby.
Aye.
Okay, it passes. And Coastal Prep, this will go to State Board in June, and we'll keep you updated on that progress. Okay.
Very good, and thank you, everyone.
You're welcome. All right, our next amendments. These amendments are 3 amendments coming from RTO schools that you will also hear from in just probably another 30 minutes. So I'm going to introduce those amendments, and then I think it might make most sense that we actually, go into maybe a deeper discussion and vote on these 3 amendments when you hear from the schools in their RTO interviews, as most of these amendments have to do with enrollment and facility and things that, will probably come up in discussion. But I'm going to go ahead and introduce those now. And of course, if you have any questions or you'd like me to do it a different way, just let me know. The first one I'm going to discuss is School of the Arts for Boys Academy, otherwise known as SABA. And I'm sure you recall this was a recent accelerated application. They are scheduled to open in August with grades 3, 4, and 5. They had originally in their accelerated application stated that they would be located in what was called the Sprott Center in Moncure, North Carolina. And they're requesting to relocate. It's about 5 to 6 miles away to Autonetics facility, also in Moncure. And they have stated that the reasons is it's closer to a larger student population for their targeted enrollment, which is, as you know, is an all-boys school. The possibility of the facility becoming a permanent home, and the quality of space and availability of property. So that is something I think that we'll probably want to discuss and speak more to the school in depth when you hear from them later today for RTO. They've also submitted some facility contingency plans as we require of all RTO schools. So if there's any questions right now, I can take those, but otherwise I think it might make the most sense to discuss with the school when they have all of the RTO interviews.
I think that makes sense.
Okay. So that is SABA. You will also hear from CE Academy today, and some of you, I believe, were on the board when this school was originally approved. Well, several of you were, and probably remember this is a Mandarin Chinese immersion school, and they are slated to open in the fall. However, they originally had requested, they are also in a delay year, so this will be their 2nd year of the charter. As you can see here on the screen, they would open at year 2, and their original projections were K through 4th grade for year 2, with 400 students. They have had difficulty with enrollments, and so they are requesting to reduce that, as you can see here with the proposals, going from K to 4 to K to 2, and a 50% decrease from 400 to 200 students. So they are here for RTO purposes, and I'm sure enrollment will be a big discussion item, and at that time we can come back to this amendment. And then finally, the 3rd RTO amendment is from Doral Academy, and they are scheduled to open in Wake County in the fall, and they are seeking to utilize a weighted lottery. They will begin with grades K through 3, and then grow a grade level each year until reaching 8th grade. And they have set a goal of enrolling 50% economically disadvantaged students. So this is a little, we're used to the weighted lottery amendments. It's very similar to any other weighted lottery amendment, but they are a RTO school, and we'll be here to discuss enrollment today. So we can also come back to this amendment at that time. And if there are no other questions, we can move on to our next item, North Carolina Virtual Academy, before we get into our RTO interviews.
Sounds great. Sounds like we can handle all these in RTO.
Okay, great. So our next item is North Carolina Virtual Academy. As you know, they are, both of our virtual charter schools are required to give quarterly updates as well as some additional updates that have been recommended or approved by the state board. So this is North Carolina Virtual Academy, and this is their quarterly update. You've heard from their former principal several times, and I believe they have a new principal. Her name is Miss Marcia Simmons. And are you on the line, Miss Simmons?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You may begin.
Okay. Hello, my name is Marcia Simmons. I'm currently serving as interim head of school at North Carolina Virtual Academy. For the quarterly update, first, our academic changes progress data since our February update. Currently, you are looking at our elementary, middle, and high school check-in scores. We gave the check-in scores 3 times over this year, once in November, once in February, and then here in April. As you can see on this slide where it has elementary, you can see the number of students per grade level for both reading and math in each one of the check-in areas, as well as our total participation area. And you can see where our students did in terms of the results that are in green. As you can see for elementary, we were above the state check-in scores results for every category in reading and math for 3rd through 5th grade, as well as 5th grade science. If you can click on the middle school tab, thank you. For middle school, again, we gave the check-ins 3 times over the year, as well as we were ahead in the statewide results for all categories for math, 7th grade through 8th grade, reading and math, as well as 8th grade science. As you can see, the number of students that we had to take it at each grade level and each subject area, and our participation results on those check-ins. And then for high school, and then we gave it also twice for high school. High school runs on a block schedule versus 3rd through 8th, which are year-long. And we gave it both the middle school math one in November, and then again in April, high school in February and April. And as you can see, we are above the statewide results for each of those administrations. Any questions about the check-in data?
Ms. Simmons, these students took this, correct?
They took it online at their home, but they took it online. They had to app share their screen. They had to have their webcam on, as well as their audio on, so we can make sure that they were not getting outside resources.
Excellent, thank you.
All right. Going back to the quarterly update sheet, if there's no more questions. We did submit our school improvement plan to NC STAR as required in December. It was submitted during the time in December. So those are our academic curriculum updates. For enrollment, our current enrollment is 3,045 students. We have done re-registration as well as our lottery. 2,600 of the 3,045 students have re-registered for the upcoming 2021 school year. 265 students chose to not re-register. 180 students have a status of unknown undecided, and we are having our school personnel reach out to them to hopefully get them to make a decision one way or the other. For next year, NCVA will have an enrollment cap of 3,439 students for the 2021-22 school year. Scrolling down, for our operations, we did have our lottery that occurred on April 23rd at 10 a.m. Before the lottery, we had 1,846 applications for the 2021-22 school year were received. During the lottery process, 586 lottery seats were available, and therefore we have 1,260 students currently placed on the wait list as other seats become available going forward. For staffing next year, Since February, we did hire one new position, which was the K-5 interventionist on 226. For this current school year, we have 335 staff members. And so of those for next year, so far, only 7 staff members have submitted their resignations effective at the end of this school year. 1 elementary teacher, 1 middle school teacher, 3 high school teachers, and 1 interventionist and 1 exceptional children or EC teacher. There has not been any changes to board members since the last update in February. And then for finance, going back to the spreadsheet that had the check-in data, the last tab was the budget for March. And if you look at that, you can see our March forecast budget approved by the board for the month of March forecast, as well as change. With this, there was only a 2,490, 2.4% change. If you scroll down, we are still within our funding measures for the month of March and on target to still have a budget surplus at the end of this fiscal year. Any questions?
This is
And then, go ahead.
I'm not sure who this question is for. The projected enrollment for next school year, is that within what the law allows? I thought they had to go back to the 2,900.
The 2,900, correct, but then remember under the CARES Act that was passed, actually the General Assembly that was passed, NCBA was allowed to grow by up to 2,800 students for this current year. And then with the legislation, we were allowed to keep those students. So that is where the 39 students came from.
That wasn't my understanding. Any of the legislation? My understanding was that it would revert, that the kids who came on last year, this current school year, would have preference if seats were available. I did not get the impression, and so maybe somebody from legal is there and can say, but that wasn't my impression, but I could be wrong.
Cheryl, that is our understanding as well. So David, are looking into that?
We understand that it has to revert to 2592, and we are checking with legal on that, like Ashley said, but the legislation that was passed last year gave them a 1-year opportunity to increase, and then any student above the 2592 could be put on a enrollment preference list when it comes to the wait list. Unless somebody on the call knows anything different, that's the way we interpret it, but we will get a final opinion from legal.
Can we get an update on status of the head of school? Ms. Simmons, you said you were the interim?
Yes, ma'am. So I am the interim. The previous head of school left at the end of March. I started on April 1st. I was the founding middle and high school principal at the school, so I've been at the school since its opening in 2015. Currently, the process, applications have been accepted by Stride, K-12 Stride. They're going through the list of potential candidates to narrow down, and interviews are underway. The board is informed about the interview process and will be towards the end of the process for interviews. They're hoping to tentatively probably have somebody in place by July.
Ms. Simmons, this is Rita Harris.
Yes, ma'am.
The update you provided, I don't see the resignation of the head of school under your staffing or your operations. Am I overlooking something? It mentions resignations, but it does not mention the head of school, again, unless I'm missing it. actually had a question.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It is not dated.
Okay. I recognize that you every item. The budget, there is an item for teacher curriculum delivery and an item for student curriculum delivery. Do you know what those funds pay for? It's about $4 million or more under the student section. It's obviously not salaries, since there is a salary section. I didn't know if it was apps or software.
I would think that was the actual program, the D2L platform access each month by the students.
Okay, which means it's provided to over 3,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Ashley, this is Cheryl. Is there anything we can do about that echo?
I'll reach out to tech. It's occurring when there's multiple people unmuted. So it's fine if like everybody is muted besides the person speaking, but when multiple people try to speak, that's what seems to be causing it. So I will talk to tech, and then I have been muting people. So if you notice that you're muted, that is me just trying to reduce that that feedback.
Thank you.
Okay, if we are good with North Carolina Virtual Academy, thank you, Ms. Simmons. And we will reach out to you about, and to the school about making sure we are all clear on the enrollment numbers for next year. But if we are good with that, then we can move on to the Ready to Open presentation.
Great. Good morning, Chair Quigley and CSAB members. This is Claire Porter from the Office of Charter Schools. First off, is the volume good here? Can you hear me?
Yes, you're loud and clear.
Great. All right. Thank you. Mr. Carroll, would you put up the guidelines for CSAB RTO decision making? Charter School Advisory Board members and Chair Quigley, as you know, contingent on the successful completion of the planning year program, the state board grants initial approval to applicants for charter schools. Each initially approved applicant works with our office, the OCS, to submit a final RTO progress to you all, to CSAB, in early June, which is usually about 10 to 12 weeks prior to schools opening their doors. CSAB uses this June progress report as the basis for determining whether to recommend the state board approve the applicant school to open as planned. So that is your roadmap. If a school is unable to complete the requirements, the opening of the school could be postponed by a year, and we do have some delay year schools with us. The charter could be revoked, or the CSAB and the state board could recommend against a charter school continuing in the RTO process. So historically, at your May meeting, CSAB takes a preliminary look at the schools in the process and makes that preliminary recommendation to the state board. At your May meeting, you may also decide to place additional stipulations on schools. As you know, RTO Part 2 is due on May 21st, as is the third enrollment report for these Ready to Open schools. So I would remind you of the guidelines that you've established for your Ready to Open decision making. The first one is that enrollments for an applicant school have to be at a minimum of 75% of the year one ADM by June 1st. Your second guideline is the school has to have made substantial progress towards attaining the certificate of educational occupancy 30 days before the scheduled opening, and a valid contingency plan, one or more, needs to be in place 60 days before opening day. An additional requirement is that their budget has to reflect a normal budget as well as a break-even budget by June 1st. And then any and all evidence checklist categories from the RTO rubric have to be emerging or quality, meaning there can be no ratings of insufficient. So as you know, there were 10 schools slated to open this fall. As you heard, Davis Academy Chadbourne has relinquished, so we're looking at 9 RTO schools. And I believe that Ms. Vaccaro has also shared with you historical data from the last 2 years. So what April enrollment data looks like, so that you have those historic trends for comparison of schools who have been similarly situated at this time. Please note, as you're looking at this data, that a drop in applications from March to April usually signifies families who have declined enrollment or were otherwise found ineligible to apply. And please remember that 3 of the schools who are appearing before you today are in a delay year. Those 3 schools would be CE Academy, Doral Academy of North Carolina, and Elaine Riddick Charter School, which means that the CSAB and State Board placed additional stipulations on those 3 schools as on any delay year school. Stipulations to what would be that, as Ms. Vaccaro mentioned, the delayed year or years within which the charter does not serve students counts as a year of what will become the signed charter agreement. The monthly progress reports, which must be provided to OCS, which these schools have been providing. And those typically include board meeting minutes, marketing plans, and the progress towards the facility completion. And then always a July 1st stipulation that the ECO, the Educational Certificate of Occupancy, must be presented to CSAB by July 1st of 2021. Typically, that if that's not presented or provided, the board must appear before you all in July to explain the reason for the additional delay. Historically, you've asked for an affidavit to document the building construction from the contractor detailing remaining work, providing an accurate date of completion and inspection, and you've historically also asked for weekly updates to OCS and to CSAB regarding the progress. So again, if CSAB is not satisfied with the responses to the questions or the details of those updates provided, they have some options. They may recommend the state board revoke. They may recommend the school not be moved forward in the RTO process. So I can present the schools in order, or we can begin with the schools appearing here before you today. We have 4 schools. However you would like to proceed, Chair Quigley.
Alex, this is Sherry. May I ask a question?
I think he stepped away for a second, so I'm sure it's fine to ask a question. Sharon?
Okay. Well, the question is, are we going to, and Claire may be able to answer it, are we going to make a recommendation individually, or are we going to make a group recommendation this month?
I'm going to defer to Ms. Vaccaro as to how that's historically done. Do we want to recommend individual schools or in a group manner?
Usually in May, what you do is you make a preliminary recommendation on the group, but it really, you are definitely able to make individual recommendations if there's something specific, a stipulation or something specific that you're concerned with. So it's really up to the board. Last year you did do a kind of a batch. You preliminarily recommended them all. And then after the June meeting where we get another update, you had stipulations on some of the schools that they had to meet by July 1st. And the schools did meet those, and therefore they were all recommended.
I guess I'm just a little concerned because there are 3 of them that, excuse me, have an amendment request. And I think, I'm assuming
we need to handle them individually.
Yeah, I think so.
So,
I think so too.
do we, so Ashley, you're saying that we normally would make I guess, what is the staff recommendation on this in terms of how we move forward?
I would say because there are some schools with some serious enrollment concerns right now, and perhaps also some facility concerns, that you may want to do then, at least with the schools that are appearing today, make individual recommendations.
Yeah.
And if you wanted to, those schools that did not have to appear because they are meeting all the guidelines, you could also you could group those ones together. That might make the most sense. And when we do, when you do an individual school, the ones that have appeared today that have the amendments, we can also, discuss and vote on those amendments when you discuss and vote on that specific school.
Alex, I would suggest that we do the batch ones first, the ones that are meeting all the requirements, and batch votes, and then go individually through the 4 that are left.
Let's do it. That sounds great.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. So I will begin, if that's all right, with the schools who are not appearing before you today. And I'll begin with Asheville Peak. As you can see, they are slated to open in Buncombe County, K2 this year, and K8 when fully operational, with a year 1 ADM of 128 students. They did report 118 applications on April 16th, which is 92% of their year 1 ADM. And they also reported to me last week 101 enrolled, with a few more students, few more offers out there, which is 78% of their year 1 ADM. The facility report from Asheville Peak, as you can see, they've signed a 2-year lease for a school facility with United Methodist Church there in Asheville, currently working with an architect to obtain their ECO. They are new school leader, whose name will be revealed, I believe it's actually May 21st, not May 14th. And they've got some additional details regarding their facility, but they are in good shape in terms of RTO 1 deliverables. There was nothing in the insufficient category. So that is Asheville Peak. Are there any questions specifically related to Asheville Peak? All right. Yes, ma'am.
All of the notes aren't available on the screen. Maybe it could adjust, but it says that Dr. Saldana is no longer something, and the school is interviewing presently. What is that concerning?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, Dr. Hare. Dr. Saldana was their original school leader. They are about to reveal their new school leader. I believe Ms. Lordy and Meredith Fulk, Director of Operations and the board chair there, have told me that leader's name will be revealed no later than May 21st. So yes, Dr. Saldana was their founding leader and is no longer with Asheville Peak.
Okay, but they've indicated they have named the new leader, just not releasing it yet.
Yes, ma'am, that's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. All right, I'm going to move over CE Academy and Doral Academy, because those teams will be speaking with you here a little later today, as well as the team from Elaine Riddick. And we will move to Faith Academy. Faith is slated to open in Rowan County, K through 7 this year, 2021, fully operational. They will be K-12. They are an acceleration applicant. Again, there were no areas of insufficiency on RTO 1. Faith's year 1 ADM is 500, and they are reporting in April interest applications at 785. You'll see there that we reduced that to 553. And again, if you see a reduction from March to April, that's typically when applications are canceled, withdrawn, or declined. Nevertheless, those application numbers amount to about 110% of their year 1 ADM. Faith, who is working with Charter Success Partners, reports actual current enrollments of 487 students, which amounts to about 97% of their year 1 ADM. Dr. Sarah Hensley is their school leader. And regarding their facility, you all have heard previously from this school, they were able to purchase Faith Elementary School in Faith, North Carolina, and they anticipate taking ownership of the building by June 18th, 2021. There should be obviously no issue with an ECO there. The school functioned as an elementary school building. They're also reviewing some modular lease agreements, and they have a wait list of approximately 200 students. So that is Faith. Any questions on that applicant school?
Claire, this is Rita Harrigan. You said they were a K-12 school. Are they opening as a K-7?
Yes, they are opening K-7 in their first year, and then fully operational K-12.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Let's move on.
I'm sorry, Claire. What was their anticipated enrollment for this year? Okay.
Their anticipated enrollment, their year one ADM is 500, and they currently have 487 students enrolled.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, so they're, I think they were able to gain the interest of many of the students from that prior elementary school. So those families have moved over, and that is where they're at. We next have Old Mainstream Academy. As you all know, they are slated to open in Robeson County. They will be K through 8 at full capacity. They're opening K through 4 this year. They are an acceleration applicant. There were no areas of insufficiency on their RTO 1 deliverables. They do have a year 1 ADM of 200 students, and they have reported over 207 applications and 155 enrollments as of April 16th. So the math on that, applications equate to about 104% of that year 1 ADM, and enrollments is just over 86%. Their school just announced their new school leader, Dr. Joshua Locklear, who has been in elementary and middle school there in Robeson County, and I visited with him last week, and he informed me that the facility update is that they are working to obtain their ECO. They're working to procure some property there in Pembroke with, I think it's called Lindsay Hall. It's UNC Pembroke, so they're in the process of establishing the school there. The facility is vacant. Board members have toured the facility to note any needed updates, and they are thinking about getting their books moved over and furniture and things like that. So in terms of facility, they're in good shape, and they do have a wait list of reporting over 208 students. Any questions on Old Mainstream Academy? All right, hearing none, I will School of the Arts for Boys would be next, but we'll hear from them just momentarily because they are appearing here today. The next school that we are looking at here is Summit Creek, which is a National Heritage Academy school. This school is slated to open in Guilford County, fully operational K through 8 in year 1, K through 5. They are not in a delay year, nor an acceleration applicant. And their year 1 ADM is 520. Their April applications totaled 720. So if you do the math there, that's 138% of their year 1 ADM. And their enrollments currently, well, I should say on April 16th were 525 reported, which is 101% of their year 1 ADM. The facility is being built from scratch, so ground up. Things are going smoothly thus far. They're projecting a substantial building completion date of July 1st, which is when the inspections would begin. The ECO is projected for July 26th, but it certainly could be sooner. That is about 3 weeks before their first day of school. In terms of their contingency plans, they are an NHA school, and the board has established through its contract with their EMO, NHA, really a guarantee to fund any shortfalls or any issues that might arise. So that is Summit Creek. Any questions I can answer about that school? All right, moving right along. Telra Institute, it is your next school. slated to open in Charlotte, Mecklenburg County. K through 5, when fully operational. Year 1 would be K through 3. The school is not in the delay year. They are not an acceleration applicant. Their year 1 ADM is 240 students. I believe you did hear from them earlier in the spring regarding their ADM, but it is 240 as it stands. Based on their April report, they are at 136% based on 326 interest applications. And Dr. Ronak Bhatt, the chancellor of the school, and Cecilia Armour, the school principal, had indicated they had, as of April 16th, 226 enrollments, which would put them at 94% of that year 1 ADM of 240 students. Telra had no insufficient ratings on their RTO1 report either. Their facility update is that they have signed a lease to occupy a preschool building owned by a church there in Matthews. They actually have gone to get an address, obviously separate from the church, so they will be at 807 South Trade Street. The building has already had an EdCO, or an Educational Certificate of Occupancy, issued in the past in '96. And Talra is in the process of meeting with the county to discuss how they can get that reissued for the OCS records, because for some reason the county was having a hard time finding a copy of that. So again, it already had an EdCO, and they're working on getting it reissued. The building has been in recent use as a school and is move-in ready, but there are some planned upgrades such as tech, larger whiteboards, and they do have a wait list, heaviest in kindergarten. That is Talra Institute. May I answer any questions on that school? Okay. At your pleasure, if you'd like me to begin with our schools appearing before you here, Chair Quigley?
Yep, that works.
All right. This morning we are hearing first in alphabetical order from CE Academy. As you heard, this is a Mandarin immersion school slated to open in Wake County with a K through 4 grade span and a year 1 ADM of 400 students. As Ms. Vaquero indicated, they have an amendment pending before you today to reduce that year 1 ADM to 200 students and to obviously take that grade span from K4 to K2. CE was not an accelerated applicant, but it is a delay year school. So again, it's operating under the same stipulations as any other delay year school, that it be able to get in hand its educational certificate of occupancy by July 1st. So at this time, we and I know Ms. Helly Chu, the current board chair and prospective school leader, we have had some conversations, we meaning the Office of Charter Schools and CE Academy have had some conversations with Ms. Chu, Ms. Vaquero and I have. CE has put forth that it did have 105 interest applications, but they worked with a marketing firm, and we were unable to confirm that these interest applications emanated from the state of North Carolina. So there was some back and forth about that. There appeared to have been some out-of-state interest applications and possibly some international interest applications. Ms. Chu will explain that those are, through the marketing firm, were not, she claims, not applications, but she has attested to the fact that they do have actually 12 enrolled students from the state of North Carolina. She's provided addresses. So when we're looking at hard numbers, it was difficult for us to give you a percentage of applications based on that year 1 ADM. But again, what we can confirm through Ms. Chu and her board is that there are 12 students enrolled. If we take that out of a year 1 ADM of 400, you're looking at 3%. And if we were to look at that from a year 1 ADM of 200, which is what the school would like to have us look at based on their requested amendment, that is a 6%, 6% of their year 1 ADM if you look at 200. So CE did tier any areas marked as insufficient during the RTO 1 check. Ms. Becerra and I worked with the schools to make sure that that happened. I will state that there have been some concerns. There is concern for the there was considerable turnover from the founding board, and Ms. Chu can address that more specifically for CSAB. There is also concern that 2 of the current officers are out-of-state residents, and of course, from what we have, we know we have a minimum of 5 board members, 3 of whom appear to reside in North Carolina, 2 of whom appear to reside out of state. So again, Ms. Chu can address that. And we also have some concerns that Ms. Chu is the current board chair and is also the proposed school leader. We have had no communications with other board leaders, so the RTO process is quite a heavy process, and we have explained to Ms. Chu that, you know, it is all hands on deck, and that board members do need to be involved in getting the school up to speed. And it does appear from the OCS's perspective that Ms. Chu is doing an amazing amount of work to try to launch the school, but there is concern that that is all on her shoulders. So that is what I have for CE Academy, and I know she is here with some of her members to visit more with you.
Claire, if we could also, when Ms. Chu speaks, if she could speak to the staffing process, because I believe the school is Chinese Mandarin, Chinese immersion. So I'd like to know the status on teacher staff recruitment.
Yes, ma'am. We can definitely do that. Ms. Chu, are you on the line? And I do want to say before the conversation begins, I failed to give a facility update as well. Ms. Chu has presented the OCS with an educational certificate of occupancy for a building in Cary. They do have a contingency plan. The structure in the building they're looking at is a larger structure, which is at 520 Allen Lewis Drive in Cary. They would prefer to use this. That would be Plan A. If that cannot be completed, they have a Plan B, which is at 101 Preston Executive Drive in Cary. And like I said, we have received an ECO for that property, Plan B. So Ms. Chu and your board members, are you on the line and able to hear and visit with us now?
Yes. Yes.
Perfect.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Great.
And I will defer it over to Chair Quigley and CSAB for follow-up questions.
Thank you.
Ms. Chu, this is Board Member Rita Hare. Your original application listed 9 board members, all of whom resided in Wake County. Have you submitted a new table of your board members with all the relevant information, since all the original ones had to undergo background checks and submit information forms and that type of thing? Has that been done with your new board?
I already sent the information to the Clear. Background check, I'm not really sure what type of, we send some new, but yeah, we don't know that is exactly right, or we're waiting the answer.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
This is Cheryl Turner. Ms. Chu, you have 12 confirmed students that you know are North Carolina. There's some discussion about the other applications. You're asking to go down to 200 from 400, and you're in a delay year. So my concern is, what is causing you not to be able to, after 2 years, to get those numbers up?
right now we're the 200 we plan to 200 students. We have the 105 interested registration students, but maybe the facility. Some parents email me they concern for the facility, so they cannot make the enrollment. So we're waiting the facility to get for the where plan A. So waiting for that. Thank you.
So the 505 applications that you're referring to, are these the same applications that Ms. Porter said that they found some of the addresses weren't even in the United States?
Yes, where we checked, they're not our information, but our marketing manager tell me maybe their registration time is in vacation time, not in. But we check the 8 out of 12 they are in registration time. In the registration form they are show the outstate, but they are getting enrolled. These eight people get enrolled. I confirmed they're from NC. So that information not really us. It's probably the do you know computer something they collect the data. So I confirmed all from the NC.
Ms. Turner, may I provide a clarifying statement?
Please.
So what we were provided from a marketing firm, I never was able to get an individual by the name of Bryce, who apparently has created interest forms. We noticed that some of the IP addresses were pinging from out of North Carolina, and some of them were international. And that is not a problem at all. People can be interested in a North Carolina school from all over the world. However, we could not confirm that we had 105 interest applications with a North Carolina address. What Ms. Chu did attest to and sign, which I believe Ms. Vaquero may have up on e-board, or maybe not, because it did have some personally identifiable information on students. What we could absolutely confirm was 12 enrollments in North Carolina. We were unable to confirm, as Ms. Chu is stating, 105 applications in North Carolina, although we were provided a spreadsheet again of folks who, from all over, were interested in this school.
Okay, it's my understanding that we can't enroll students who are not currently living in North Carolina. Until they move. Even if they're moving here, we can't enroll them until they actually live here.
Yes, ma'am.
So that would mean that those people who had addresses outside of North Carolina can't actually be counted at this point. So all we really have that we can count is the 12, and then I think Ms. Chu just said only 8 of those are guaranteed. Is that my understanding, Ms. Chu?
Yes, we confirmed every enrolled from the NC, from actually Triangle area. Thank you.
And that total is 8.
Yeah. Mr. Friend, I guess I'd like to hear more about what work has been done to recruit students that are more local to your proposed site, say maybe within a 15-mile radius. I remember this application from 2019, and one of the concerns that was raised was it going to be a school that only targeted Chinese students? And I'm pretty sure I remember that we were assured that that was not the case. But I have to say, I'm pretty bewildered that after 2 years, you've got 8 students, particularly, you're in an area that is just busting at the seams in terms of demand for school choice. I don't know that there's many charters in that entire area that don't have long waiting lists. And, you know, whether it's 100 or 115 or 8, that's nowhere near 400 or 200. I'm just amazed by that, particularly where you're located at. So can you share what work has been done to recruit students over the last 2 years?
You want me how we recruit students, is that right?
Yes, please.
Yeah, we are mainly from the website. We're some little bit of promotion for the Facebook. So the last year we sent some flyer to some event. So far is the group, the students should some Chinese, but some look like a half something. Yeah, the multicultural students. So it is answer your questions. Is my answer your question?
No, it really did not, but we'll move on.
What?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I don't even know. I'm at a loss here. This school is nowhere near ready to open. They are already in a 1-year delay. I certainly wouldn't vote for a 2nd-year delay. I think this one just doesn't open.
Sure, Ms. Turner, I agree. I'm not forgetting the amendment request. I'm at the point where I think this charter has to be revoked. They're not ready. They're not even close to being ready. And there's no signs that they even know how to get to the point of being ready.
Well, it's not, I don't believe is it a revocation? I just for clarification from legal.
So it's not a revocation if the charter agreement, if the school is not operating as of now. So preliminary approval was granted, and now the recommendation would be to deny final approval.
Yeah, I would certainly support that. I think the reality is with, they're just so far below the threshold. But even if, there's a number of concerns with multiple schools that we're taking up, and this one to me is the clearest. Not to mention that they're already in a 2nd year in their delay year. So I guess I would just like to give Ms. Chu the opportunity to respond or share anything else that she would like to share. I'll just give you some time to speak at the end here, unless we have any other questions from Charter School Advisory Board members.
Alex, this is Sherry. When Ms. Chu speaks, I would like for her to speak about the facilities. Apparently Plan B has a certificate of educational occupancy, but they're opting for Plan A. But we're talking about a school that's supposed to open in 4 months. And also back to the staffing question, this is an immersion school, and what staffing efforts have been put in place, because I think these are 2 very critical pieces for saying the school is even, close to being ready to open and operate.
All right, and questions any other questions board members would like to hear addressed?
They might submit a revised budget to support the drop in enrollment.
Is that a question that we can get answered from staff? Or is there a budget submitted as well?
Mr. Caro, did you have that on e-board, the revised budget?
It should be, I believe, with the amendment request materials.
I believe I saw that too.
Yeah, they did, I believe, submit one for the 200.
Ms. Chu, can you respond?
Yes, for what?
So I guess this is an opportunity for you to share anything else with the board regarding your school status and respond to the questions about teacher capacity and how.
Okay. We're first about facility. We have a certificate for of educational occupancy for 101 Preston Executive Drive in Cary. This since this building only has enough for space for the first year, in order to have a large space to fit more students in the following years, we are working to obtain education occupancy certificate for 520 Allen Lewis Drive in Cary. For our contingency plan, if we get this certificate for the 520 address, we will use this building. This our plan A. If the cannot complete on time for this building, we will use the 101 address, which is plan B. This for our facility contingency plan. For the enrollment, we have the 105 interested registration students and 12 enrolled. According to the 200 students budget, our break-even number should be 197. On the marketing side, our promotion is mainly on our website and Facebook. Do you have any questions?
What about the staffing question?
Our staff, we are right now we need about 10 the immersion teacher, bilingual teacher. So right now we already have six teachers. So we're still looking. I believe we can get the immersion teacher, but get this teacher is very hard to do. Many things we need to solve for them. Okay.
Are all 6 of these teachers already in the country, or are these teachers that are going to have to go through immigration through VIF or one of those issues, one of those plans?
Some is local teachers. Some is local too. But do you know they are in other public school or private school? They teaching, but their visa is 5 years. Their end. So right now they are 4 or 5 years. So they want to switch to our school. So sometimes we will solve their the same for them. But we we ready for that. We can solve for them. So we think the teacher will not problem for us. We have some teacher doing a company from the foreign country. There we have the connection with them. That's not a problem for the teacher this side.
Okay, any other comments or questions from Ms. Chu?
Are we making motions at this time, or?
Yeah, I think we're ready to make a motion here.
Okay, I would move that we not move this school forward to ready to open.
This is Lynn Kroger. I second that.
Okay, just discussion on the motion.
Do we have to have a second vote on the request to reduce the enrollment?
Yeah, it was seconded by Lynn Kroger.
That's about the amendment.
Properly moved and seconded.
That's not my question, Alex. My question is, do we need to have a second vote on the amendment request?
Oh, I mean, I think sure, I don't know, I would defer to staff. I would think if we're just making the decision to not move them forward in the ready to open process, then.
Yeah, I think that the amendment would be moot at this point, and we can just remove that from the state board agenda.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, discussion on this motion?
Yes, this is Rita Hare. I wasn't serving on the board when this school was initially applying. So I looked back, and there was a lot of concern by board members, by the charter advisory board members at the time, that their enrollment numbers were very ambitious, the grade levels, that the charter board was encouraged to reduce their numbers and reduce their ambition for this. There was a Mr. Roberts responding at the time to most of the questions from the board, and he insisted that the growth and demand is in the area. They were going to conduct digital marketing and analyze zip codes. They just knew the demand was there. And then it was questioned about the teachers for this Mandarin immersion, and they needed 19 teachers at the time, and they assured the board that they were aware of 200 teachers in the area that could teach Mandarin. So what I gleaned from the whole study of that is that our board was very excited that this was innovative and unique and wanted to see it be successful. And the Charter Schools Board just believed in it. So I know there was a lot of hope for this to develop, but it just has not unfolded the way they anticipated. I don't see any way that it could move forward with 8 currently enrolled.
Additional comments? Any additional comments? Okay. Hearing none, I'll just add, second, Rita's comments and echo the statements made by other board members and just kind of reiterate, we need to be extremely disciplined about what we bring forward to the State Board of Education, and we've seen when schools are not meeting the threshold or close to meeting it, they run a serious risk of not opening effectively on time, and that's played out with other schools. And remind the board of we've had schools that have opened with narrow margins and then we've had to close or then go back and relinquish their charter. So we just need to be deliberate and disciplined about what we bring forward to the state board, so that when we do bring a strong case for something, they're supportive. So would encourage the board to support this motion to not move CE Academy forward. So hearing no further discussion, we'll go ahead and take a roll call vote.
Okay. Terry Stoops.
Aye.
Joel Ford. step away. Joel Ford. Okay. Bruce Frank.
Aye.
Rita Hare.
Aye.
Lynn Kroger.
Aye.
Hilda Parlay.
Approved.
Sherry Reeves.
Aye.
Cheryl Turner.
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
Aye.
Todd Godby.
Aye.
Okay. CE Academy has been recommended to not move forward in RTO, and this recommendation will go to the state board in June.
This is Claire Porter again, Office of Charter Schools. Would you like me to proceed with our next school?
Yep. Let's.
All right. Keep it rolling. Our next school is appearing before you today is Doral Academy, North Carolina, under Academica, Doral Incorporated, I believe out of Florida. They are slated to open in Wake County, serving kindergarten through third grade in their first year and slated for K through 8 when at full capacity. They're in a delay year, which was approved last April. And of course, like any other delay year school, they have that stipulation that their educational certificate of occupancy be in hand before July 1st. Doral Academy had no areas of RTO 1 that were marked insufficient. They are reporting 163 enrollments out of a year 1 ADM of 500, which comes in at about 33%. Applications are reported at 289, which would be 58% of their year 1 ADM. Facility is at 7001 Destiny Drive, Raleigh, which is under a lease agreement, currently undergoing some cosmetic renovations. You can see in the notes there they've done a few things. Administrators are in the building, and they did not hold a lottery. And I do believe that their school leader, Ms. Eshenice, and possibly Ms. Carson and Mr. Rodriguez from their board are on the call, I believe, this morning. That is Doral.
Okay, great. And what I'd like to do here is, if we could have the folks from Doral, I'm going to get just a lot, just to keep things moving on time here. I'm going to just go ahead and allow Doral to open with 5 minutes, and then we'll do like 10 minutes or so of questioning, and then they can have another 5 minutes if that works for everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Quigley. This is Douglas Rodriguez. I'm one of the board members for Doral Academy of North Carolina. Also, David Carrera, our board chair, is on the call, in addition to our 2 school leaders, Analia Echeniz and Melissa Fernandez, the principal and assistant principal. I wanted to give an update to the board on numbers. We're currently sitting at 307 applications and 176 students fully enrolled. The reality is that the building that we're in right now is a former church facility, and that building right now can only really hold 325 students. So that 500 number is not, we're not going to be able to hold 500 in our current building. We're closer to 325, which would put our enrollment currently at 54%. One of the things that slowed down some of the enrollment for us has been parents having a hard time getting in to see their pediatrician. Some of the pediatricians will not do telemedicine with the parents, but want them to come in physically, and that's kind of slowed the process down with the pandemic. We have had over 50 applications in the last 3 weeks to the school, and we held an open house event on Saturday for parents where we had over 50 parents show up. So we are continuing to get applications and working towards getting to our enrollment goal, which we believe we will be able to get to. I don't know if Ms. Echeniz, principal, would like to add anything, or Mr. Correa.
Thank you, Doug. This is Ms. Echeniz, the principal of Doral. That was great. Thank you so much for filling in. I just want to state to the board and the audience here today that we are working really hard on our enrollment. We are currently hosting tours of the facility for the parents to be able to visualize where the kids will be coming in August. We are actively distributing flyers. we are participating in events in the community, park dates, so that way they're able to drive enrollment out.
And so that the board is also aware, we have been able to hire teaching staff up to our current enrollment, which is 176. So we are staffed for teachers up to that point. In addition to that, we have an office that's open on campus with a model classroom. Our facility is undergoing some minor things, as was mentioned by Ms. Porter. We're doing some painting and some cleaning and some other things that are getting ready to begin phase 2 of that very recently. So with that, we'd be happy to take any questions from the board.
This is Ms. Reed. I have a couple questions. The first one, did I hear you correctly in stating that the property on Destiny Drive will only capacitate about 300 students, but you are projected to enroll 500? Did I hear that correctly?
So currently, yes. So this is a church facility that we're leasing from, but the building that the church has given us currently will hold comfortably 325 students. We do have an option to buy the facility. We have a 2-year lease with an option to buy. It is a very large property, nearly 50 acres. So at some point, we may buy the facility year 2 so that we can expand the numbers. But that's currently the building that we're on. That's what it will hold.
Okay, so should you not make an amendment request to drop your enrollment for year 1, since your facility will not hold the 500 students?
They do have an amendment request in.
Yeah, but it's for a lottery, Alex, not for an enrollment.
But it was enrollment as well.
No, that was CE Academy, and you are correct, Sherry. This is the first time I'm hearing about it, and if you look at the materials here on the screen, I'm not very good with math, but I'm pretty sure that's 500 students for the grade level openings. If there's a very minor, enrollment change with RTO schools, they don't always go through an amendment process, but this is fairly substantial. And they are a delay school, and I just asked Ms. Porter, and I don't recall having an enrollment amendment. The one pending today was for the weighted lottery. So this is definitely, 325 is a pretty significant reduction where we would want to see an enrollment decrease amendment, so we could, make sure that everything is processed correctly and everyone in DPI that handles CSADM and those sort of things are updated accurately.
And I apologize, we would be happy to put in an amendment to decrease our enrollment to 325.
And this is Rita here. I'd like to also chime in that I understand there are 176 enrolled currently, which puts the school at 35%. Is this correct? Enrollment is at 35%.
Based on 500, yes. Based on the 325 number, should an amendment be granted, it's at 54%.
Which is still well below the required standard. Okay.
This is Cheryl. I'm kind of piggybacking off of what Rita just said. This is another school that's had 2 years, and that they have the enrollment has not been officially dropped. But even if we look at the 325 as their max, they still are not at 75%. The process for an amendment would take 3 months, 1 from us and 2 from the state board. Now school's open. I don't think this school is ready to open either.
To add to that, Cheryl, this is Sherry. It's just very disappointing that these schools have had an additional year, and this is the status that we are reviewing them in.
Yeah, and I apologize for interjecting, but certainly this last year has not been typical of absolutely anything. We had a change in site, so remember we could not recruit because our original site moved to this church site, and we are still talking about a substantial number of applications, which is 307 and continuing to grow. 50 parents alone yesterday and we are at 176. So it's still a substantial number of students and growing by the day. This has not been an easy year for anybody, and I completely understand that it's been very, very difficult on all schools. But we're requesting a little bit of latitude from the board based on the numbers that continue to grow for this school.
I have two questions, if I may. First, the enrollment, the amendment for the weighted lottery, is that to take effect then next year? Or is that is that for the 22-23 school year?
Yes, it would take effect when they actually, like, they haven't had to run a lottery at this point because of the number of applications. But yes, a lot of our schools do weighted lottery amendments, earlier than they actually implement them, often in anticipation of applying for or receiving an NC Access grant.
Okay, so this the long and short of it is approving that, having a weighted lottery, if we approve that amendment, probably doesn't really impact the numbers we're trying to get to open up this year.
Exactly, yes, that's correct.
Everybody would be accepted. I mean, you don't need a weighted lottery.
Yeah. Remind me, does this school have an EMO? They do not, I don't think, do they?
They're acting with Doral Incorporated, yes, sir.
Oh, that's the okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Rodriguez, this is Rita Hare.
Yes, ma'am.
If I understand right, you haven't actually formally requested an amendment to reduce the enrollment. So that would lead me to believe you probably have not readjusted the budget to find out what your break even is, or to know what would be fair.
We do have two budgets. We have a budget, I believe, that's at 150, and Principal Echenice, if you want to jump in, we do have two budgets, one at 3 something and one at 150, a break-even budget.
Correct. So when we realized that the enrollment capacity of the building was 325, we have been on the works with a budget at that and another one. Actually have 3 budgets, at 225 and one at 150, based on our current enrollment.
I guess, could the Office of the Charter Schools clarify, like, the kind of confusion here with a school that has seemingly moved forward internally with a new facility, new budget, new enrollment numbers, and did not reach out to the Office of Charter Schools or didn't get clarity on what was required from an amendment standpoint, knowing that they were asked to come before the Charter School Advisory Board to report on the ready to open status. Like, I'm having a hard time understanding where the breakdown was.
No, the board did approve a new location. We did come with an amendment. It was quite a while back at this point that the board approved the new site.
Right, but what I'm wondering is, if the board, I remember there was the board approved that, but then you're telling us the cap on the facility is 300 on that facility, right?
That's correct. We have not been able to get additional space from the church at the moment, but again, we have a 2-year lease with an option to buy, which means we could potentially buy the site at the end of the school year. We can buy anytime during the 2 years, and then obviously use the remainder of the buildings to increase the capacity for the students.
But at the time that you applied for the move, the amendment for the move, did you know then that the capacity of the space you would have would be significantly less than what you were approved for enrollment?
No, because we were under the understanding that the church would be moving some more of their operation to another part of the building, which they have not been able to do so. So we were not aware that we were going to be able to not get to 500 for capacity.
This is Terry Stoops. I'm just going to ask the question that Bruce put in the chat. What has the EMO been doing to bolster enrollment? I mean, one of the benefits to having an EMO is to have assistance in that capacity. What have they done to help you guys get applications?
some of the recruiting initiatives we've done?
Absolutely. So some of the things that we started doing at the beginning of this school year, back in September, November, is we started to create an awareness of our name because this is our second year as a charter here in the state of North Carolina. So we purchased a billboard that we put near the 540s just so that people can see the name and the brand and be aware that we are approved as a K8 and we're opening as a K3, or we hope to open as a K3. We also teamed up with a company that does OTT streaming, and what that basically entails is that there's a few minute commercial on streaming services such as HGTV, Hulu, Amazon Prime, and Amazon Prime Video, and things of that sort. As we started to get more traffic into our website, we started also using social media. So with that, sponsored ads, we joined a lot of Facebook groups to create awareness also of the school having an open enrollment at the moment. In addition to that, we sent mailers home, the assistant principal and myself and a team of former alumni from one of our other schools. We began to deliver flyers at public events, even though right now it's really hard to find large crowds when we do go to open events. In addition to that, we started offering tours of a model area that we created in the school, and that way parents can visualize where it's hard to, I guess, register a student or your child not knowing where they're actually going to go come August. So we created a space where we can receive 3 families at a time because of the regulations with COVID, and we have been doing tours every day, and then on Saturdays we usually do like a larger window. That way we are able to receive more parents in 15-minute increments of 3 families at a time, so that way we're still following regulations with the current pandemic. So those are just to name a few of the things that we have done. We do have parents that have enrolled their students that are very enthusiastic about the idea of coming to Doral, and they have themselves began to spread the word with other families. And I think that is the reason why within the last 3 weeks we have been able to receive those extra 50 applications. And I'm confident that if we continue to do what we're doing, that we're going to be able to drive that number up more.
This is Rita Herringham. Has the board already accessed any of the funds of the $400,000 loan that you approved in March?
Yes, we have, for the purpose of doing a model classroom, doing some renovation work on the office, and doing some minor painting. That there's still a phase 2 to that as well. And then there was also $150,000 down payment on the lease that needed to be given a deposit.
Was that part of the $400,000, or was that in addition to?
That was part of the $400,000.
Okay. And what is Building Hope?
Building Hope is a not-for-profit entity that typically loans money to charter schools for startups.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
This is Cheryl Turner. So how much money do you guys, how far in debt are you at this point?
We've spent currently, I believe it's about $274,000 on improvements in the building, including the $150,000 loan, not loan, the $150,000 deposit to the church for the lease.
And your updated budget for 325 or 250 or whatever, the different budget you guys came up with, do they take into account these loan payments?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Other questions?
Alex, while I'm not super confident they can pull this off, given that they already have spent a whole bunch of money trying to get this school open, I think we have to give them a chance to try to get it open.
And Cheryl, is there some way we can make a stipulation in there that, they must have at least 75% of 325 by next month in order for us to make the approval for ready to open?
How many would be 75% of 325?
Let me just think about it for a second.
244.
Couldn't we just, if we're gonna basically reduce their enrollment to.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to, Alex, because if Cheryl's correct, and of course she is, there's no way to get the amendment. I mean, they haven't filed for an amendment, so they would have to do that, so it wouldn't come before us until next month, et cetera, et cetera. So I think we are gonna have to make that a part of our motion.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. So Sherry, presenting an amendment to lower the enrollment would be part of the motion, or not recommending them for ready to open because there is no amendment to lower the enrollment?
Now, I think, they do have 175 students enrolled, so I think for the RTO, we'll make the final recommendation next month. I think they need to have at least 75% of what they're saying the building's capacity is, which I believe is 325. And I think, Cheryl, if I did my math correctly, that's about 280 students. Because Hilda, if we ask them to come back with an amendment, there's no way they would be able to bring the amendment before us approve it, and then submit it to the State Board of Education, and all that be taken care of before school should start. So that's why I think we should wrap it into our motion now.
Okay, I get your point. Okay. I would guarantee that they can get the 244.
Yeah, I'm looking at.
75%.
Yeah, I'm looking at, at 178 in a month, it'd be at 244. I'm thinking that if they have a budget that works at 250, I think they need to lower the enrollment cap to 250, which would require them to have 187 at 75%, and that they probably can pull off by next month.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, that sounds logical. Yeah, my math, I don't know what.
Yeah, that's clear.
244, right?
Right.
So, I make a motion for, Doral County, North Carolina, enrollment to be reduced to 325, and they must have a budget, but I think Sherry said there's one for 250.
Yeah, so I'm saying the enrollment to 250.
Okay. All right, I can make that 250 if board members are in agreement.
Sherry, would you give us the complete motion, please?
I make a motion that Doral Academy of North Carolina's enrollment number be decreased to 250, and they must be at least 75% of that enrollment in June to be moved forward in the ready to open process.
Okay, thanks.
I'll second that motion.
It's been properly moved and seconded. What I want to do now is open it for discussion to the board, and then I'm going to give Doral an opportunity to comment.
This is Dave Michelle. Sherry, can you clarify that? Are you saying that they must be at 75% of their 325 at the next CSAB meeting in June?
75% of 250. So if we decrease their enrollment, their ADM, we're decreasing their ADM for year one, or basically it's year two for them, to 250. And in June, they must be at 75%, which they're pretty close to that right now. But they would only be funded on the 250 ADM.
Okay, again, you're talking about the June CSAT meeting is when they must be able to confirm those numbers, correct?
Right, Dave, because that's when we make our final recommendation for ready to open.
Right, okay, thank you.
Okay, comments from the CSAT board members.
This is fair. I'd like to see them also submit a revised budget, since 250 is half of 500 and it will be significantly different in staffing and in overheads, as well as the loans they've taken out and what remains. I think that I'd like to see a new budget before we approve it next month.
Okay, now does the motion have to be rescinded and restated, Mr. Chair, because of the revised budget?
Can't you do just a friendly amendment?
I'd like to add to the motion that we have a revised budget matching the 250 ADM.
Sounds good.
Yes.
This is Mr. Friend. I guess I'm pretty torn on this one because I think I think my vote is, are they ready to open? And they're not. And the fact that they've spent a lot of money is, well, they spent a lot of money and here's where they're at. And I don't think that weighs into my decision as to whether I think they're ready to open or not. And I mean, I commend all of my colleagues here on CSAB this morning for coming up with a creative motion, but I'm sitting here thinking like we're doing the work for them.
Yeah.
They should have come to us with an amendment to reduce numbers, and they've got 380 likes on their Facebook page. Why they spent so much money and got so little return, I don't know. I feel like we're doing a lot of the work that should have been done. And I just, regardless of the amount of money spent, regardless of how close they are to a certain threshold, we're here today to decide whether or not they are ready to open today. And I just don't feel they are. But again, I commend my colleagues to find ways to, set, I guess, an additional goal for them for the next 30 days.
Bruce, I don't mean to talk out of both sides of my mouth, but I totally agree with you. On face value right now, I don't think the school's ready, and I don't think they'll be ready in June. And furthermore, they do have an EMO, and I'm not seeing support from an EMO. What is this EMO doing? And as far as the money goes, that's, money spent, that's on the EMO that they partnered with.
This is Rita. Go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to, point of order, we do have a motion that's on the table. I had given I'm gonna, Rita, I'll get you in here, and then I want Darrell to comment briefly, and then I'd like to call a question on the motion. Go ahead, Rita.
Yes, just briefly, my understanding is the motion is simply allowing them another 30-day period to come up to standard, and it could still end in a termination. If they haven't met it, we're just extending, one more time period to see if they can make it. We're looking at almost 200 students who've selected this school, and we'd like to give it an opportunity to see if they can make it.
Right. Well, part of this is a forced reduction in their EDM, which I think I would advise, as much as I see the rationale for it, I worry about us initiating those types of components and would try to steer us more towards either up or down, or you're ready to open or you're not. then. So we don't have to make the decision today. Normally, Claire, correct me if I'm wrong, the final decision can be made now or in June, correct?
Yes, Chair Quigley, you can make a preliminary, but really the final RTO progress report comes to you on June 7th because schools are not complete. They have not completed that RTO2 process until May 21st. So you would receive the final, if they had insufficient ratings, and you're giving them every opportunity to come up to speed by June 7th.
Now working against Doral, and certainly the case with CEE, which had even a far lower enrollment, is the fact that this is a school that's already in a delay year. So, I want to get Doral into comment, and then I'll ask for any quick other comments from board members, and then call a question on the motion. Doral, do you have any, just 2 minutes, kind of?
Certainly.
What I need to say.
Thank you. We appreciate that. There are nearly 200 families that have selected this school. We are very confident based on the number of applications that we've gotten over the last month, which actually totals 63. I just went back and looked at the enrollment database. Plus with the events that we've had, the groups that we've been tied to, that we can certainly get to that 75% threshold. We appreciate the board's indulgence for the next month in order to be able to do that. Doral is a national brand, is a very successful brand of schools, and we expect this one will be as well. So we would appreciate if the board would indulge us the month to get to the application or to get to the enrollment goal that you've set, and I can assure you that we will. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Which enrollment goal are you talking about? Are we talking 500, 3, and 5?
I'm talking about the enrollment goal that was in the motion that was set with 320, I believe 325 or 250, I believe is what you set it at. And that we're nearly there already at 250. And we're simply, I believe it's 10 students or so short of that. And we certainly can make that goal. That will not be a problem. And we will still affect the lives of over 200 families.
Okay. Further comments from CSAB members on the motion as it currently stands?
This is Todd. Just, I guess clarifying here, this is my first time doing this, but it seems to me that based on the current motion, voting yes for this motion is saying that other than the student enrollment count, we believe that this group is successfully where they need to be in RTO in all other ways.
Yes, in the sense that their enrollment is the only barrier, and we're essentially reducing their target number so that they will be, and then they will be, as a result, at the kind of minimum threshold to be ready to open next month.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Mr. Friend again. I think that's a great question that was just asked. And I don't know that everyone would have that level of concern that for security of enrollment is the only issue. I'm just wondering, do we need to vote today, or should we just, we as a CSAB let them know what our expectations are? Should we be voting today, or should we not wait until June?
Bruce, the only thing about that is that that leaves the number at 500, and we already know that's not possible because they can't even get the kids in the door.
Yeah, understood. But if they come back in June and say they don't have the, whatever, 75%, the 187, I don't know. I mean,
I wonder, just to, I want to honor the rules of order here, but I also want to get clear. I don't want to feel boxed in by this motion, and want to make sure that we're having as much simplicity in the process. So I would suggest a couple options. One would be to we may need to have a special call meeting at the end of the month anyways for potentially other items before June. I believe one option would be to say we are not taking action on the school right now, and the floor is open for them to submit a revision based on their new building. As much as possible, I'd like to put the onus back on the school rather than having us decide what their enrollment numbers are. And then, if we need to have a special meeting to get updated advice or updated information, and then make a recommendation to the state board on an amendment and then we could evaluate that in June, based on where they are against that newly amended number. I think that could be a cleaner way of doing this. Again, while we want to see schools succeed and serve students, we also, want to make sure we're following the process as well.
This is Terry Stoops. I favor that approach. I think that they should submit an amendment request with a revised budget, and that we vote on it at a special called meeting later in the month. I think that is a clean way to do it. It makes very clear sort of what our expectations are, and as you said, it puts the onus on the school. And it gives them an opportunity to explain a little bit why this is happening. So I really do favor that approach.
I fully agree.
Yeah, I think that I agree. My question is, can we, instead of having to go vote on that motion, can Sherry just withdraw her motion?
I was gonna do that, Ms. Turner. I'll rescind the motion, but my concern is if they put in an amendment, it being approved prior to our June RTO meeting.
I think we can, I think staff, and I'll allow them to comment, I think we can arrange if we need to have whenever we need to. I'm sure that Durham will submit this amendment tomorrow, and I think we might have a couple other things that we need to touch on before in time to send it to the state board for their June meeting. I think that's
this is Dave. State board does not like to vote on an item like this, an action on first read. We could certainly ask for that. So if we had a special call meeting between now and our June, state board's June meeting, and we could get it on their agenda for discussion, and they could vote on it in July, or possibly vote on it in June. I think in the past you have put stipulations on these applications that they must meet a threshold that is below what their charter says, but I'd be really careful doing that too often.
okay. Again, I think, I'm open to, I'm in favor of having the school submit us an amendment. If they want to make that adjustment, they need to submit it to us. And if the state board doesn't want to, if the state board doesn't want to hear it on action first, the school may, that's the school's fault. This should have happened before. As soon as they had a building, the possibility that the building would even the remote, looking at these numbers, this amendment should have, that's not our fault. The amendment should have come earlier. And, if the timeline ends up being a barrier, that's, the ready to open process it can be an effective proxy for, can you manage these type of issues with an actual school open? Because these are similar to some things that you have to do once the school's open. So I think there's a likelihood, and our board will certainly, I think, work with as much expediency as possible to make it a timely decision and get it to the state board.
Alex, I'll make a new motion that Doral Academy of North Carolina moves forward in the RTO process.
Do we have to make a motion at all? I thought we could decide that we didn't necessarily have to make a decision on schools today.
Yeah, I think we just, I think Darrell kind of knows where we stand on this, and we're not doing anything with this right now. We're not keeping them.
So the schools that are good, like Asheville Peak and so forth, we're not making any motion on them today.
You normally do. This is because, so you normally make a motion at this meeting to preliminarily either recommend or you don't recommend schools, and the reason we have to do it like that is because in order for me to get items to June State Board, the deadline this week, for example, is the 12th. So I have to turn it around by the 12th. And that is the only way to give them the 2 months they require in June and July to discuss and then to take action. So I have not been in the situation where we have not made a recommendation at this meeting, one way or the other.
Oh gosh,
That's just what.
I don't know how I missed that.
Sorry.
So
I thought it was said that we made these decisions in June before.
You do. So you'll vote again, but like if you have any changes, but that's like your final vote. But you always give a preliminary recommendation. That way, the state board at their June meeting coming up can start discussing these schools. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the chance to discuss and take action, which is a 2-month process, and which is what they require.
What happens to Darrell's request for an amendment concerning a weighted lottery?
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say it doesn't matter right now. Like they could submit that next year.
Yeah, we could definitely just table that and postpone it after RTO is figured out.
okay, so actually, if we have to make a recommendation today, one way or the other, then that means we either have to say the school is ready to open or it's not.
Correct.
And as if they're not.
That's true, and you could always, preliminarily recommend, and then knowing that you want to have a special call meeting to address the amendment for enrollment, and then you could always decide in June that your final recommendation is that they are not ready. So you can change it. Usually what happens is, you preliminarily recommend, and then maybe a school hasn't gotten their CO, for example, and so you say, we are recommending contingent upon receiving the, certificate of occupancy, things like that. So you can definitely change it in June. This is just the way that we get it to state board so that they see all of these schools, they have an idea of what to expect and what schools may be having issues, and that they may see something different after your June meeting, but at least they have the full slate to start reviewing.
Do I need to add with hesitation? we put Doral Academy forward in the process.
I'd make a recommendation on this application with stipulations that they must meet some thresholds for you by that June meeting. So when we go to state board, we can articulate that this application is primarily or preliminarily approved, but it must meet these stipulations that we're going to come back to them at the July meeting.
Dave, my last motion put stipulations, and then you guys said I shouldn't put stipulations.
Well, they changed their numbers.
I think saying something, a motion that we're going to consider them ready to open with a stipulation that we receive an amendment for a reduced enrollment number reflecting their facility and then their performance against that number above the threshold or something to that effect. So I think what we're saying is, the stipulation is that they request the amendment and
provide an revised budget to match that.
Revised budget and new enrollment. I mean, again, I think like there is a strong rationale with like the facility that they'll actually be at that threshold.
And they still have to meet the
So Ashley,
70%.
Can you incorporate Alex's comments into my, motion?
And I think we should be clear too, this is Hilda, that they still have to meet the 75%. Whatever the numbers
Yeah,
that they want to
that's part
reduce to.
That's part of the process next month, Hilda. If they haven't met the 75%, I think it's lights out.
So that'd be redundant, okay.
That would work if you want to revise the. I forgot if we even have a motion on the table right now.
Let's get this. All right. So Sherry,
So,
you go ahead and make
I
the
don't
motion.
know if I got a second or not, Alex, so I'll restate the motion.
Okay.
I think we move Doral Academy of North Carolina forward in the RTO process with the following stipulations. They must make an amendment to their enrollment that meets the building capacity, and they need a revised budget that also matches that number.
Does that also include a minimum enrolled students by that date?
Well, we're not gonna say the number, they have to make that in their amendment, but I said to meet the, yes, they would, well, in the RTO process in June, they must be meeting at least 75% of whatever that amended number is that they say.
Got it.
All right. Do we have a second for that motion?
This is Rita Hare, I'll second it.
Okay. Okay. Any further discussion? All right. We've belabored this enough, I believe. So let's go ahead and vote.
Okay. Terry Stoops.
Aye.
Joel Ford.
Aye.
Bruce Friend.
Aye.
Rita Hare.
Aye.
Lynn Kroger.
Aye.
Philip Parlay.
Aye.
Sherry Reeves.
Aye.
Cheryl Turner.
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
Aye.
And Todd Dogby.
Aye.
Okay, we will work with Doral to get those amendments, materials, and move forward from there.
All right, great. Craig Porter, Office of Charter Schools, moving right along. The last school before you all today is Elaine Riddick Charter School, slated to open in Perkins County. Kindergarten through third grade this year, K through 8 at full operation. Their year 1 ADM is 160 students. The school reports 151 applications and 130 confirmed enrollments. Elaine Riddick is in a delay year as well. Dr. Cynthia McQueen attested to the 130 enrollments. I don't think that was included because it did have personally identifying information there, but if we take 130 enrollments, that equates to 81% of their year 1 projected of 160, and again 151 interest applications, which comes in at 88%. Again, they provided a list of families with NC addresses. Elaine Riddick did cure any RTO areas of insufficiency, so they have no areas marked insufficient. Dr. Mary Fulton, who was the founding administrator, is no longer with the school. I have not received communication as to their new school leader. I have reached out to their board chair, who I believe is on the call with us today, as well as to Mr. McQueen, just reminding them that having a school leader registered for the new Charter School Leaders Institute, June 8th and 9th, is a mandatory part of the Ready to Open process. And hopefully we will find out who their new leader is shortly. I know Ms. Powell, the board chair, is registered, and because they're a delay year, as you know, one of the stipulations that Elaine Riddick was put under last year was that they had to have their ECO by July 1st. You all also provided some stipulations to them last year. We had a similar situation where a school leader had not registered for the OCS training, so that was an additional stipulation you put on that. And let's see, what else do we have? And their facility, you can see there in the notes that they have provided a facility update. Just take a quick peek there. I think the concern on that one was that the facility update did not indicate that there might be a delay. Elaine Riddick and the board of the management company, which is Torchlight, have contracted with Tom Wells of Design Development of Raleigh. Final drawings will be completed in 3 weeks. They will work with the contractor in applying for a building permit. The date given on that was a complete build out to be completed by June 30th, 2021. So again, the concern right now, as the school in a delay year, was that stipulation that they have that ECO by July 1st. And I did not receive a contingency plan from Elaine Riddick, but as I mentioned, I believe Chair Powell is on the line, if not others from Elaine Riddick. So that is what I have.
Yes, I'm here, and I think Mr. McQueen will be speaking on these issues.
I am here.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Porter, for that update. I can tell you that in terms of a school leader, we have about 50 applicants that we are going through right now and looking at finalizing that within the next week or so. So our school leader will be in place in time for the June 8th and June 9th meetings that are required. Updated this morning on the applicants. We received another 57 applications. We're now moving into an area that would be a wait list for the students that we are reaching out to. Apparently our marketing efforts in radio, television, flyers, door knockers, and roadside signs is being effective. Our facility update, we spoke with the architect. He did send us a letter over to the board chair this morning indicating where he was on the architectural drawings that are near completion. He's waiting on the some information from the engineer because the drawings will be required to be stamped. And just some concerns about the sprinkler system that is currently in the building and making sure it's up to standards for a school that would meet the requirements for an educational facility. I don't know if I've addressed all the questions with that or not, but if you have any, I'll certainly address those for Ms. Powell.
Questions from the board?
I have just clarification. So, if in fact we do not have an ECO in hand on July 1, by stipulation of the state board, they can't go forward. Is that correct?
Sounds right.
I believe that is my understanding, Ms. Turner, by stipulation of the state board.
Ms. Porter, was the main issue with Elaine Riddick, the facility?
Yes, ma'am, and the lack of a school leader, which Mr. McQueen just spoke to. We, again, had a little turnover with Dr. Felton, understandable, but we just want to make sure, as with any school, that those school leaders are in place, that the board communicates with us as soon as a new school leader comes in so that we can bring that individual up to speed. Yes, that was the main concern in addition to the timeline for getting that ECO.
One more question for you, Claire. In June, as a part of the RTO, that includes staffing, correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And that's not for Elaine Riddick, but that's just in general, I was thinking.
Yes, that's correct. Did the board wish to hear anything else from Elaine Riddick?
Other questions, board members?
This is Todd Godby. What is the extent of the build out?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Gottlieb, for that question. We have all the building materials all there in place. They're actually on site. It's actually the need for the building permit. We've already demoed the bathrooms and did all that we could do so that we can start immediately once we get our building permit. We will soon have a alternate location for the school in the event that we're not ready by July 1. We're looking into trailers. We've in discussions with churches and a couple of daycares that already have their education certificate of occupancies. We just have to work out the final details for them. Oh, and in terms of staffing, we have hired all staff. We're fully staffed over there with all the teachers and other staff members that we need.
And just for newer members on CSAB, part of the minimum sort of standards for your decision making in June is that the school present you that valid comprehensive contingency plan, which needs to be in place 60 days before opening day. So each school must have a backup or one or more backup plans.
Got it.
Yeah, I would just go on record to this school at this moment to say how remarkably important I think that's going to be for you guys right now. Given that it's May 10th, and you don't have a building permit in hand, and July 1st to have an occupancy certificate, that math is not in your favor.
I would agree with that, Mr. Gotti, and I'm hoping that, we could get a bit of a variance. This has been a very challenging year with the pandemic and seeing to get things done, people working from home, not accessible, office hours been truncated. It's been a bit challenging, but I appreciate that observation, and we're striving to meet the challenge.
All right. Other questions? All right, are we ready for a motion?
I'm sorry, yes.
Go ahead, Claire.
I'm sorry, I wanted to just state on the record, I did make an error in saying that this was the last school you'd be hearing from today. School of the Arts for Boys is also next in line to visit with CSAB. So I just wanted to clarify that.
And this is Dave Michelle. I'd like to make a clarification. We have in the past, if a school didn't have an educational certificate of occupancy by June, if they were close enough and could provide some sort of agreement from the contractor, you have moved them forward, but they need to be pretty far along the process. So I just want to clarify that also.
Well, but Dave, this time, this wasn't, this was a state board stipulation, so us saying it's okay really doesn't matter because it wasn't our stipulation.
The state board stipulation was for a year delay schools. Is that what you're saying, Cheryl?
No, the state board stipulation that they had to have, ECO by July 1.
That was part of the amendment that they approved?
My understanding from Claire was that was part of the state board stipulation when they approved the year delay.
Claire, is that a blanket stipulation or is that specific for Elaine Reddick?
No, that is generally a blanket stipulation, sir.
Yeah, that's for all delay schools.
That's true, that's true.
Okay.
So I don't believe we made a motion on the first,
No. We don't have a motion.
well, we did make a motion on the first 5, and then we made a motion on CE and Doral. So, I guess the motion needs to incorporate Asheville Pink Faith Academy, Old Mainstream, Summit Creek Academy, Telra Institute. That one needs to probably have its own motion. And then maybe Elaine and Saba's as singular motions.
Yeah, I think we can do the link now as a singular one, and then we can just do all the others at the end.
Gotcha.
So let's go ahead and do this one.
I'll make a motion that Elaine Reddick continues in the RTO process with the provision that they must have their educational certificate of occupancy by July 1st.
This is Terry Stoops, I'll second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor, we'll do a roll call vote.
Okay, Terry Stoops,
Aye.
Joel Ford,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Lynn Berger,
Aye.
Hilda Parley,
Aye.
Sherry Reeves,
Aye.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Alex Quigley,
Aye.
Todd Godby.
Aye.
All right, passes unanimously.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank
you. And moving right along, we are now going to visit with School of the Arts for Boys. As you know, they're slated to open in Chatham County, grades 3 through 5 in year 1, and the plan for K-12 when fully operational. They are they're an acceleration applicant. They're a single-sex school, all male, and their year 1 ADM is 116. Their April enrolled numbers per a text message from their school leader, Ms. Valencia Toomer, who's on the line today, I believe is currently at 54 applicants, enrolled applicants, which equates to 47% of their year 1 ADM of 116 students. You heard earlier from Ms. Picaro and regarding the facility update with Saba. Their original location, the Sprott Youth Center, proved to be too expensive to upgrade, and so they are currently in negotiations with Chris Wysick of Automatics. He has an 8,000 square foot facility ready for use, and that site is located in Montcure, North Carolina, much closer to Pittsburgh, which is the attendance target for Saba. They also submitted, as you saw earlier on e-board, contingency plans, several contingency plans with some churches. And so that is what we have for Saba, and I believe that in addition to Ms. Toomer, the school leader, we may have several members of their board on the call at this time.
Doesn't Saba also still have, that they have not yet met the threshold for enrollment?
Yes, ma'am. Their April enrolled numbers are at 54 updated today applicants, which equates to 47% of their year 1 ADM. which is one of the reasons they are here, the reason for them being here in front of you today. Ms. Toomer, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. So I'll turn it over to you all for visiting with Saba.
Thank you. As Claire mentioned, we are here presenting our amendment regarding our facility location, which, our original application mentioned it would be at the Sprott Center in Moncure, and now we have a brand new facility that is also located in Moncure, but it is much closer to Pittsboro, obviously our intended target area that is central to, excuse me, other counties around. And this is a brand new facility. The 8,000 square feet is an open shell where the contractors mentioned they are only going to need about 30 to 45 days to renovate it for us. And it also has an additional 12,000 square feet attached to it, which is also potential for us to be able to utilize as a thought for a permanent facility. It has available property there for even a school build out if in fact it does become our permanent home, and it's only about 5 to 6 miles away from our originally proposed location. Gerard, would you like to speak any more regarding the facility?
No, you have stated that well.
Thank you.
Ms. Junior, can I ask a question real quickly?
Yes.
This is Ms. Reed. So your intended enrollment for year one is grades 3 through 5 with 116 students. So what is your classroom breakout? Is that like 2 per grade?
That is correct. 2 grade levels per grade level. Sorry, 2 classrooms per grade level, 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
So what would be the anticipated square footage for each classroom? Is 8,000 enough to capacitate restrooms, eating area, etc.?
It is. We have about 700 square feet for each of the classrooms, and we have an architecture who has created those plans for us at about 700 square feet per classroom. It also includes restrooms, faculty restrooms, an office area, as well as 2 offices, one for the head of school as well as the counselor. And it also includes a multi-purpose or open area for dual use, whether it's indoor play for a multi-purpose room, or if it could be utilized as seating for cafeteria if needed.
The arts component, will there be like an art studio, some special space for the arts?
Yeah, so that the open commons area will also be available to be able to use for an art space as well. We also have a partnership with the Sweet Bee Theater right there in Pittsboro as well, for additional performances and the like as we are, moving through the school year. But we do have that open area created for an art space. And keep in mind that with us being an art school, we are all things the arts, even within the classroom. So it is not isolated to the open common space, but our classrooms, in essence, whether it's a science classroom, math, and the like, would also be contributing art spaces as well.
This is Cheryl Turner. Could you speak to your enrollment and what you're doing to get to the 75%?
Yes. So we have several marketing strategies that we have been utilizing. Obviously, we are all aware that this is a very unique year where we have had to rely very heavily upon social media. 2 weeks ago was the first opportunity that, I would say even statewide, that we have been able to open up a little bit more to be able to physically see people, and even that we are still very cautious. Every weekend for the past 2 weeks, I have been speaking at local churches that are in the targeted areas of the boys that we wish to recruit. You know, we have information sessions at least once a month. We have one that is coming up on May 20th with 25 more prospective families who have reached out to us. We are advertising in our local newspaper. We have ongoing ads in the Chatham News and Record. We have our social media accounts that we are pushing heavily: Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. We've partnered with even WRAL to help us to reach our targeted populations in the telephone and telethons that we're conducting. We have been conducting a weekly talk with Tumor, interviewing local artists, artists, academics, avid, pretty much heavy components that SABA will exhibit to continue to gain traction and awareness for the school. And our participation on social media continues to have an uptick. We have been participating in community events. You know, we have a couple of events coming up. We just finished the Dia de los Libros in Siler City, which is about 15 miles from where we are located. But continuing to participate in community events, and we have one coming up with our Juneteenth celebration right there in Pittsboro. And we most recently received a grant from the Triangle Capacity Building Network to basically help us with more marketing strategies, and that was a grant in the amount of $15,000 for specifically for marketing. So we have not officially in our branding announced a physical location, although this is public information and folks can go on and read our charter. We did not officially announce our facility at the Sprott Center to the families, and so right now we have 54 enrolled students without true awareness of where the facility is located, and so we are in hopes that with an approved amendment to our facility location today, that will also increase our market where families can visually see themselves at SABA, because it is much more centralized than our previous location. So we're in hopes that we will continue our marketing strategies, our monthly info sessions, our telethons, our publications on social media, as well as in the local newspaper, in hopes to be able to increase our enrollment to the required 75% by June.
Ms. Kimmer, this is Rhea Hare. The Sprott Center that you originally identified was about 8,500 square feet, according to my notes, and your new facility is about 8,000. Is this correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so I heard you say 700 square feet per child, but I'm looking at your class sizes, and if the minimum is 20 children, and the recommended square footage is 40 to 50 per child, generally 800 square feet would be considered a minimum. And by my calculations, this new facility could be even less than 700 per child, but I haven't seen your plans, but I'm concerned about the size of this new facility. It's obviously smaller, and this is an art school, which you just generally think space is needed for all the kinds of things the students will be doing. So I'd like you to address that. And the second thing would be you were very focused on locating the school near Section 8 housing, and I'm wondering if this new facility is meeting those goals that you had about that.
Okay, so in the plans that we have from the architect, with those class sizes being at about 700 square feet, we have room to be able to increase those if the recommendation is 40 to 50 square feet. Now, it would reduce our common space, but it still does accommodate for the spacing for the students, you know. And then the other piece that you questioned was our actual location. Our location at the new area is even more close to the economically disadvantaged students than the Moncure location. And so we, again, are still in areas across, in our original application, when we talked about East and West Cornwallis, those are areas that are highly populated with educationally disadvantaged students. In the Moncure area where the Sprott Center was located, it was pretty much only one very small area there. And so we are definitely in a much better location to reach our population. It is right off of the major highway of 15501, which connects Chatham County, Lee County, Wake County, and Chapel Hill, all on that strip. So we are in a much better place for access to Saba.
Well, that is good. I know that's exciting to you.
Yes, and it's extremely important. Yes, ma'am.
And I know if I'm concerned about the space that you must be as well. So I just encourage you to take a look at what you can do to facilitate the whole purpose and mission of your school to engage these students in the arts to a higher degree. I just have one follow-up question. I noted in our previous notes that your budget in years 1 through 3 would have to be 100% enrolled in order to meet that budget. Is that still the case? Have you examined that lately?
Yes, I'll take that. Yes, okay. We have examined that, and we've come to the conclusion that in order for us, like its first year, in order for us to maintain, right now, we didn't need exactly 100%. We're looking at just a little under that. First year, we're at maybe 102 students. That will keep us at break even. We don't really lose anything as far as what we wanted to provide for the students. And also, we're starting to notice our grant monies and all these things are starting to come in and that we've applied for. So we've started to actually go into that where we have that buffer there, and we'll still be able to have monies remaining in a surplus there. So just to answer your question, year 1 and 2 will be mostly our tougher of the years based on number of students. And in year 3, we start to see our budget kind of loosen up some.
Mr. Timmer, this is Ms. Reeves, and I can piggyback on that question. So I believe the Sprott Youth Center, that was going to be like given to you guys, or low cost, whatever. How is the new facility going to impact your budget as far as like facility lease or whatever for the month?
Well, it does. Just as I was saying a second ago, it does impact our budget to the same degree. And when I redone the budget and looked it over, like I said, the break even was 102, and I'm sorry. And thinking about that, the main issue was that, hey, are we going to get any other funding coming in? As Valencia mentioned, the $15,000 helps out tremendously, and we're looking at other funds that's coming in as well. I know you guys mentioned what nobody really mentioned yet, but we're in hopes of the NC Access grant, but just to kind of supplement some of the costs there. But yes, we have put it in, and like I said, our break even in year 1 is 102 with the new facility being made. And we also have, just to kind of give you guys a running of some of our numbers, we also have a charter school capital is offering us a letter of intent of some funds based on our student count as well. So that will be some loan information that we would receive from them. And in the midst of us getting our numbers, that is what they will be willing to lend us money based on that.
Here, Dan, I wanted to note that in question 211 on your revised application, you do state that the classrooms will be 600 square feet. Just for the record.
Okay. Where do we stand with the school board members? Remember, this was an accelerated school. part of the acceleration criteria is to have your facility truly secured or essentially. This is a late addition or a late move. So I just want to take temperature of the board on this.
So, Alex, this is Todd. I'm going to play dumb for as long as I can. And so the stipulation that you're talking about right now, is it that their facility has to be done, or are they still afforded the ability to have a backup plan with an educational certificate?
Yeah, I mean they can have a backup plan. They're part of the rationale of acceleration is you're in a position where you're not having to do something like this, quite honestly, because one of the criteria of acceleration is having a facility secured and providing evidence. So, for example, one of our other accelerations, Old Main Stream, they have a partnership with the local community or local college, the UNC Pembroke, and so they already had like a building already done and identified. So generally, this is problematic for an acceleration to be making this switch so late in the game.
It is. This is Rita here again, and to think that they have to more than double the number enrolled in the next 30 days, it just doesn't seem feasible. And I am concerned that the size of the facility just seems inadequate. I haven't seen it, so you have to defer some things to their judgment, but the size seems inadequate.
I'm going to piggyback on what my fellow board members are saying. This is Sherry. I'm very concerned. I was concerned with the Sprott Youth Center being so small, and I think that will be noted in the minutes from when we met in the fall. And for the facility to be decreasing in size is very concerning for me. And also, the numbers are so small, the budget's going to be so tight. I have serious concerns.
And I too agree, this is sort of parallel with those 2 points, the enrollment as well as the facility, being that they are an accelerated school application or applicant.
This is Cheryl. I honestly want to see Summit succeed. I really want to see this school succeed. But my concern is a broader thing. Acceleration, one of the requirements is that you have a facility locked down. And there were schools we didn't approve because the facility was still kind of shaky. I have some concerns about schools being able to apply with acceleration, tell us they have a building locked down, and then come back later and say, well, no, actually, we don't.
Chair Coolidge, may I speak?
Give us a minute here.
Okay.
Other comments from the board members?
So, if we're talking about facility, this new facility, what do we know about it, or do we need to know about it this time as far as permits in hand, or what its current use is, if it's going to require rezoning or a special use permit, or what that looks like, how steep that hill is?
I guess I'll allow Ms. Toomer you can speak, and then we need to wrap this up in the next 4 minutes, essentially. So just if you could be quick.
Okay, yes, absolutely. So I just wanted to, speak to the facility yet again. The Sprott Center, yes, we had the facility in hand, and in essence, we still have, excuse me, the facility in hand. It was just looking at the cost, looking at the location, what is best for Saba, what is best for our community, what is best for the location. When we secured the charter capital funds, obviously it also goes towards that, but we did not want to put more money into the upgrade of the Sprott Center in this first year, or to feel that, you know, we'd be investing this money and it could not even potentially be our forever facility. And so we have these funds. We could invest it in the Sprott Center because, again, we still have that as an option, but it did not seem to be in the best interest whenever we discovered this brand new facility in a much better location. We still have the funds, you know, but it appears to be in a better location and a better situation, even for more build out. So in the event that we had a delay even in our permanent facility, this facility here that has 20,000 square feet of space also allows for us, in the event that there's any delay, that we can use it even in years 2, year 3, and even beyond that with 20,000 square feet. So that is the reasoning behind the switch during this acceleration period.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So I think,
Alex?
oh, sorry, I cut off there. I think there's some good rationale for the reason that they're moving. I just think that I don't see how we move the school forward with a change in the facility and such a low enrollment number, and they're accelerated. So part of me just wonders, okay, they did get hung up with some stuff at the state board, so part of me just wonders, look, like, go through the regular process. The world will probably look a lot different. Recruitment will be easier, and start strong in a year. That's part of what. And I think we could make an exception where, you know, given that they ran into this trouble at the state board, and we had to go back and forth about the single gender component. Things got slightly delayed on their acceleration. I think we could make the case for them, you know, waiting a year before they open, so they're essentially opening on the regular timeline. And I will take this opportunity to just share an idea that I have shared with Office of Charter Schools, which is, and I would like to see us advocate for either at the state board or in the legislature, for schools to be able to choose between a regular timeline, an accelerated timeline, or an extended timeline, where schools have 2 years to open. I think that the facility challenges, the zoning challenges, enrollment challenges, 2 years is not a long time to open a charter school. And I think there are some applicants that but you have to have the charter to begin all the other pieces. But if afforded a longer timeline, they would certainly consider it. So I just want to, we can talk more about that later, but I just want to put that out there. So I just think this school is wanted to accelerate, but it just seems like prudent for them to take another year.
This is Sarah Stoops. Would they have to submit an amendment to the Office of Charter Schools in order to get that extra year, and then we would have to approve it, and then it would go to the state board? What's the process for them doing so if they were to do so?
I mean, I think since they're accelerated, we're basically saying you're not ready to open, and and we would recommend that they move into the regular timeline or something to that effect. Obviously, they could have. I mean, I guess I would defer to staff on that.
I agree with your interpretation, Alex. I think that you certainly have the right to make that recommendation to state board that they fall into a regular application timeline, and it'll open up a year after next?
I think we need to make sure that this is an exception, not a standard, because the stipulation for acceleration is you're either ready to go or you're not.
I agree. I think we need to give a lot of thought to that, because to come back and reapply, and so many things could be different a year or two down the road. I think everything would need to be new.
Well,
The staffing, it's the budget. Go ahead, Cheryl.
well, just that, they would just go into the regular timeline. I think it's worth considering the exception because they didn't get their approval at the same time that the other accelerated schools got theirs. I think it was 2 months later before they got theirs because of the whole thing with the single gender. So they've had less time than the other accelerated schools to get ready, but I agree they are not ready. But they shouldn't have to reapply, because if they go into the regular timeline, it would be the same as if they had applied regular.
Right. They would need to refresh at least the budget. We need to, I mean, a lot of things would need to be reapproved because it will look different.
I mean, I think that would be kind of part of the ready to open process that they would be in for the year.
Yeah, I think, Rita, what I was saying was just that the minutes need to reflect that because of the exceptionalities for Saba being hung up, their application being hung up, with the State Board of Education trying to make a ruling on the single gender. Anyways, that costs them time, precious time. So what we're saying is they have an exception to the rule for acceleration, which basically says, once we grant you acceleration, you better be ready to open the doors the next fall. But I think certainly they have, their case merits an exception.
I do understand, and I concur with that. I agree. I do think we need to closely examine everything again. It may be the same, and as Alex said, they can go through this RTO process, and we just need to stay close to all the details, make sure it still works. But I agree. I was here and understand they were delayed significantly differently from the other schools.
Are we ready for a motion, Alex?
Yep, I'm ready. We need to move forward here.
I would like to make a motion that we move School of the Arts for Boys Academy to the regular time frame for RTO, so that they would be opening in the fall of 2022.
Hold the parlay seconds.
Properly moved and seconded. We'll ask for any discussion on the motion.
Ms. Turner put in the chat that she'd like to ask a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Yes, my question is surrounding the submitted facility contingency plans. You know, I know that a couple of you mentioned the square footage, and a part of one of our facility contingency plans was the Bold property, which, as many of you may know, Willow Oak Montessori was previously located in there, and it is more than 10,000 square feet that is available to us as part of our contingency plan, where we would only need to paint it. And so my question is that an option, being that we submitted that as part of our contingency plan, which is also in Pittsburgh as well?
I think the recommendation here stems not only from the facility, the late changes around facility, as well as the just the significant underperformance in the enrollment numbers. And when you're combining the performing enrollment numbers with late changes in facility, it's pretty much it's a recipe for you to be below the statutory minimum at the beginning of the school year, and that's something that we've seen repeatedly when you're this far below at this juncture. And I think what we're saying is this is an opportunity for you to get this right and spread it out over the time it takes to do this well. That's my interpretation of kind of why we're at this motion at this time, and I'll allow any other board members that would like to add to that or comment.
Mr. This is Rita Hare, and that was part of the reason for my comments about the CE school, is that the board on the front end expressed concerns and really tried to guide that school in a way that it could be successful. And it would do well, board members, charter board members that come before this board would do well to heed the advice and understand that the board has experienced a lot of school openings and will give you good advice to be successful moving forward. And that's what we want ultimately, is the success of SABA. So I think that's probably what Alex is recommending is best, based on what we've seen historically.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Hare.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, let's call the question. Let's go ahead and vote.
Okay, Terry Stoops,
Aye.
Joel Ford,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Lynn Kroger, aye, Philip Harley,
Aye.
Sherry Reeves,
Aye.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Alex Quigley,
Aye.
Todd Godby.
Aye.
Okay, it passed unanimously, so, Ms. Toomer, our office will be in touch about moving into a standard timeline, and that recommendation will go to the state board in June and July.
All right. We are significantly over time, but that's okay. I think what we'll do is we do need to take a break. We've been nonstop, so we'll go. Let's reconvene at 12. So 30-minute break, and then we'll start then with the. I guess, Dave, it's just up to you. We have 20 minutes before Lakeside, which we'll want to stay on time for that.
Well, don't we have to, did we ever vote on the other ones?
No, we need to vote on the
I'd
like to make a motion.
Yeah, we need to go on those.
I'd like to make a motion that Asheville Peak, Faith Academy, Old Mainstream, Summit Creek Academy, and Teller Institute continue in the RTO process.
Heather Parley recuses from Summer Creek.
I don't know. You don't have to bring that all
I said, this is Lynn Kroger, second.
I can grab these bottles. They're right in here on top. Okay.
Properly moved in second. We'll go ahead and vote. Voice vote roll call vote. Thank you, Ashley.
Terry Stoops,
Aye.
Joel Ford,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Lynn Kroger,
Aye.
with a recusal from Summit Creek, Hilda Parley,
Oh,
That's correct.
Sherry Reeves, Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Alex
Right here.
Quigley,
Aye.
we got it.
Todd Godby.
Aye.
No.
All right, so that carries. So let's just 12:45. We'll have 15 minutes. Dave, I'll just leave it up to you to decide which we want to handle first. Either 15 minutes on the charter application, or if you want Jay to go to talk about access recommendations.
I think we should do the charter application,
Okay.
then move into Lakeside, and then we'll move NC Access to the end of the agenda right before my updates, okay?
Sounds good. Thank you. See y'all back in 30 minutes.
So we just bring these cards just to get it out of the hallway, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't need nothing except my phone off of that. We're gonna sit here and do these. You can sit over there and I'll sit over
So
here.
what are we doing?
I'm gonna show you. You gotta make space for yourself, cause you gotta have some room to spread out.
Okay. You need scissors? I got them right here. Okay. So what you have to do,
Take these out. And then you have a film on this side and film on this side. You have to pull it out.
Okay.
Okay? So you can go sit down and do that. And the stands are on the other piece.
Right here. Okay.
Okay?
So you want me to take the, how many do you have?
Well, we have to make sure that there's one between every chair. So right now, there's only 16 out here,
Okay.
okay? But there's
2, 4.
6, 8, wait a minute, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 chairs on either side. 18, 19, 20,
Yeah,
21, 22. So there's 22.
Okay.
So we need at
Two
least
more?
enough to cover that.
Okay. So you need 22 altogether, you saying? You said between every 2 chairs?
At least 20. We'll see after we
Okay.
get these first 4 up, okay?
So, how are the grandkids?
Everybody is pretty good except Ed. I didn't, well, believe it or not, and I didn't tell nobody downstairs, so, but Ed is in the hospital. Cause he had a mini stroke on sick.
So it just happened.
But I think they're gonna let him come home today after they do an echo.
Okay.
And after they do, my sister-in-law is gonna go pick him up, so, cause he knows that this was a busy week for me. So he said, listen, if I have to, I'll take an Uber home. I said, well, don't be ridiculous.
Right.
I said, don't be ridiculous.
That guy is super strong though.
Huh?
He's resilient.
He is resilient, but I gotta get him to a place. I have to get him to a place, Keisha, where this has happened enough times that he should know better. And he came downstairs, and because of the way he was acting, I could tell he was trying to hide something. So I looked at him, and I said, all these clues became apparent. I looked at him, and this side of his face was drooped. And I said, what's the matter with your face? He goes, oh, I just got up and sleep in my I said, no, you don't.
How old are his kids?
Huh?
How old are his kids?
32 and 22.
Oh, wow.
23.
They're premature though.
No, they act stupid. anymore. I tried to reach out to him yesterday and talk to him about his dad, and he didn't even respond to my text message. So I don't give a flying flip. I'm not trying no more. But anyway, I stayed up there all day. I was supposed to go to the beach with my daughter, and I did not, obviously, because, and when I called, she actually was upset with me. I know she was upset.
Oh, Lord,
But
no, she can't be.
Yeah, well, she was not upset with me. I think she was, I should say she was not upset with me. I should say she was disappointed.
Oh, yeah, that it
In
happened,
the
yeah.
fact that she couldn't have, but she had made reservations at a hotel, and our goal was, our original plan was to leave Friday night. And I even said, she said, we can't leave Friday night because I have a class. And I said, well, can't we leave after the class? She said, no, because it's too late, let's just leave Saturday morning. Well, obviously, I'm glad we waited till Saturday morning, because if we left Friday, I would have been away.
Oh, God. So, what happened? Was it, what day was that you came downstairs and you saw me? That was Friday.
Saturday
That was
morning.
Saturday morning, you said I'm going to take
Yeah.
you to the hospital.
Right, and I said to him, look at your face, look at me. I said, I don't know why I have to argue with you on this all the time. So this is like the third time we've done this.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, I just don't understand why we have to have arguments. Oh, and you do know that those have plastic on both sides?
I did, I got those off.
Okay. And he said, all right, I'll look in the mirror. So he walked past the powder room and walked into the dining room and said, where's the mirror? I said, honey, you just walked past the powder room. There's a mirror right here in the bathroom. Oh. So he backed up and I said, look at your face. So he looked in the mirror and he goes, all right. I said, sit down. I'll finish making your tea, because he wanted a second cup of tea. He always has 2 cups of tea on Saturday mornings. So I was making his tea, and I was watching him from where I was sitting in the kitchen. And I was watching him. This one don't feel like it has plastic on both sides.
They do. I had to, at the edge, it felt like that to me too.
Yeah, but I've been able to.
Oh, did you pull it off already?
No, I already pulled off
Yeah,
one
it looks
side.
clear, Henrietta. It is, it's pretty clear. Yeah, that one is off.
Well,
So you were
anyway,
making him his second cup of tea.
so I took his tea to him, and he's over there trying to drink perfectly still, like not make any mistakes. You know, not shake his hand or anything like that. And I said to him, I don't know what that is. I said to him, this is no longer up for debate. You're gonna go upstairs, you're gonna get dressed, you're gonna come downstairs so I can take you to the hospital. You understand? Where I'm going.
Yeah, I got two this time. So the first two, you said this is the third, the first two.
The first one happened in 2013. The second one happened in 2019. And this is the third one. But each time he's had like more than one mini stroke. And each
So
time
what is causing it?
they say it's his diabetes.
Is it his diet?
Not any diet that I could.
Not that you're knowing of, so.
Because he revealed to the doctor the other day. He revealed to the doctor that, one of the doctors, that, well, I do stop at Dunkin' Donuts some mornings to get my tea when I don't have time to make it at home.
He stops where?
At Dunkin' Donuts.
Oh, that's, yeah.
And Anyway, so he was there all day and Friday, all day Saturday. And when they came and told him he was gonna be put in a room, he didn't like that. So that meant they were gonna keep him overnight. So why can't you, they said, we wanna do an MRI. He said, well, why can't you do it, schedule it and let me come back?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
And
yeah.
I said, now you're being
Oh,
ridiculous.
yeah. Imagine that, sir. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he was ready to go home. He's probably pretty tired too, though, in and out of these things.
Well, you know something, he should be thinking about that when he's eating,
Them donuts?
yeah, those donuts or the Oreo cookies that he sneaks upstairs to his room. Cause I don't have time for his foolishness.
But at this point, what else can you do besides enjoy that part of your life? With diabetes, though, you can do everything perfectly great.
And then the other thing was, I asked him, I said, how was your week before last? I said, how was your trip to the podiatrist's office? He says, my feet are great. I said, really? He said, yeah. I said, well, that's good. I said, he didn't have any concerns about anything? He said, no. I said, okay. But yet, at the doctor's, at the hospital, when they asked him how his feet were, did he ever suffer from any neuropathy or anything? He said, well, yeah, a little bit. And they said, is that just new or is that just today? Is that just today or is that an ongoing thing? I said, no, it's an ongoing thing. I said, why didn't you tell me that when I asked you how you were at the doctor? He said, because there was nothing to tell. He said, I'm going to have a little bit of neuropathy because I have diabetes. So I said, but Ed, I have been on you since the day I met you about letting me look at your feet on a regular basis so I can check them. Because sometimes you could have a sore down there and not know it. And I said, because you can't feel it because of the neuropathy. Hello? Hey. Huh? What about it?
They're streaming. You can hear. Well, they're on break now, but they can hear y'all talking in the paper and all that.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
How was I supposed to know that?
They can stream from here.
Oh, that's gonna be awful because
These microphones are on? Why don't you turn them off?
No, well, we need the mics on the system on so they can hear each other. Let me see if I close this door. Close this door.
that's gonna be awful.
When will they be finished?
Huh?
When will they be finished?
About 3 or 4 o'clock tomorrow.
I'll leave. We'll leave after we finish these.
Okay, yeah, they're in lunch till like 12, about maybe 15, 20 minutes.
So how long has it been since we've been in here?
I just start hearing y'all when they're on break, so I don't know how long y'all been.
We've been here an hour.
Well, we were in there first.
So I think it's probably coincide when they went to
We
lunch.
just sat here,
So,
'cause
yeah.
I heard all the phones go off.
Yeah, 'cause you'll hear them when they come back. You'll be
Right, I heard all the boop, boop, boop,
Yeah,
boop.
yeah.
Everybody was disconnected.
So
Yeah, we're gonna go when we finish these.
so you hear them when they come back.
Okay.
So.
Thanks, Lawrence.
All right. I'll let you know when I get.
Oh man, Lawrence, you should have called us.
Anyway, so that's what I've been dealing with all weekend.
Just so people, because you don't know who's listening, just keep the conversation going. You don't know who's listening, because they can still, if anybody's still in, they can still hear y'all stuff.
Well, that was good. That one that was already torn off.
4 panels done. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go start lining them up.
Okay.
Between each and every door. Okay, and hopefully we'll be clear by the time they come back.
Oh, cause they go on to, yeah, okay. Yeah, cause we've interrupted them enough. 2, 3, 4 over here. So basically 5. Do you know where these will go? So
They're gonna-
1,
they-
2 are staying. 3 need to go somewhere else.
No, we gotta put one right here, I'm gonna put this one right
Okay.
here, okay?
Okay.
That side is done now.
Which
I just
one?
gotta clean that, this whole side.
Okay.
I just have to clean one of them, cause I can see where I tried to clean it and it looks grungy.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay, so. Now, Treasurer Falwell is supposed to sit here, but he's never here. Never. He's always on. Okay? And so I'm not gonna really worry about this one, but there does need to be one right here between.
This all for that one down here.
Yeah, but those don't clean well.
They don't. Okay.
So then we have to put that one right here. Let me go see if I can find something that'll clean that better.
Oh, here's some alcohol wipes right here.
This is window cleaner.
Oh, so set up like a partition.
Yeah. Between every chair. So come down here, Keisha,
Okay.
and start doing like what I did. Now, and don't judge by the
The
microphones.
chairs? Oh, no.
Judge by the chairs.
Okay.
So when did you
Is it, how many seats on each side?
9? So when did you start taking fish oil?
I've been taking fish oil for years, over 10 years. And that's the reason why I asked you if you were taking it by the capsule. I take it by I use it by the straight oil without any artificial like flavor, taste to it. So 9 chairs, but 1, 2, 6 mics.
need like a cloth for this stuff. This is just making a mess. I mean, it's looking better, but. Well, it's somewhat better. It's not great though. So tell me. You need one right here. You need one right there? Well, I have one. Hold on. I think. We may need.
we streaming, Ashley, and ready to go?
Yes, we are ready.
All right, Melanie.
Good afternoon. This is Melanie Rackley with the Office of Charter Schools. And I will try to run through this as quickly as possible. Before you today for consideration is the 2022 application cycle proposal. We can just go ahead and jump on in. Let's see. Thank you. So the new timeline, essentially, and what we wanted to deliver from this is the new timeline actually would give the standard regular timeline applicants 19 months versus the 15 months that they have received currently with the current timeline. The accelerated applicants would also, with the new proposal, they would be provided 12 months versus the 6 months that they currently have for their planning year. So this new timeline does give applicants additional time for these planning facility purposes, things that we've heard that present issues as we've heard today. We've not had, let's see, let's just briefly look here. So the application window is slated to open January 7th of 2022, running through March 4th. 56 days compared to what we've done in this year with the 63-day open window period. That would be followed so January 7th through March 4th, followed with a 2-week completeness check that OCS staff will conduct. Following that completeness check, the internal and external evaluations would commence. And then we would move into the first round interview process. So essentially what that looks like is our applications window would open in May of 2022 with the fast track and acceleration interviews beginning. Also keep in mind that the preliminary recommendations for RTO will also happen in May of 2022. Then we'll move into June of 2022, and the unknown being we don't know how many applications we will receive, so that's the unknown. But then in June of 2022, we will continue with the fast track and acceleration applications if necessary, based on the number of applications we receive. And then we can then begin the regular timeline in June of 2022. We've also allotted time in July if we need those fast track and acceleration reviews to continue. The regular timeline would continue as well. Thank you, Ashley. Next slide. And so then we'll move into August, which typically we've not had a meeting in August, but we'll continue with our regular timelines for 2022. Any round 2 interviews that CSAB recommends. That will continue through September into October being the final month for interviews, and then CSAB is tasked with making their recommendations. They're due in October. And so they'll go to state board in November for discussion, for action in December, and then if there's any additional action needed, if state board were to return any denied applications, then potentially January 2023, CSAB would have to take additional action there. So, and we can actually, and these are considerations that we have, obviously capacity. Right now, there are 6 OCS consultants. We're dealing with competing timelines. There's renewals to consider, the RTO timelines to consider with this capacity of 6 consultants. So again, these are considerations that we need to consider. However, if we can move to the other, I don't know, Ashley, if you have the other timeline available so that it's presented in a different format so that we understand who the responsible parties are. So again, the January 7th to March 4th is that application window for 2022. It's important to note that 2021 applications are still ongoing, and perhaps there would be applications as late as March for those 2021 cycle folks. And then the side note for that being that if folks who applied in 2021, they may not have ample time to reapply in 2022 if the final decisions are not rendered before that application closed. So then we also need to look at March being potentially the last interview month for the 2021 cycle. And then State Board also votes for those 2021 accelerated apps in March. So a lot of competing parts there as we look at March. Looking at April, these evaluations continue. So then we have April, May, there's votes on the 2021 applications. Then we're looking at moving into enrollment reports being due for RTO. Very heavy months for renewals as well. And so, again, as we're dealing with today, those RTO2 deliverables that we're faced with today, we would also have our fast track and acceleration applications that we would also be dealing with in the month of May. Moving into June, again, we'd be dealing with fast track accelerated applications where applicable. Again, a lot of due dates in June for those RTO recommendations. And then in July, if we have any fast track replications, we'd have to have that 120-day turnaround time. So that's also to be factored in for the month of July, where typically I believe it's been a 1-month meeting. We'd have to shift the July and the summer months to more than 1-day meetings. And so keeping in mind that the accelerated need to go to, they need to go to SBE in July. So there's also the charter conferences that happen in the summer. I believe we've got Power 2-day training in the summer as well. It looks like, let's see. We also have, we have the Charter School Institute in July and August. Again, the start of the school year, consideration needs to be made for those who actually are running their own schools. August is going to be an extremely packed month where we typically have not had a meeting for CSAP. This month will be beginning of the school year for teachers, a lot of PD happening in the month of August. And then in September as well, like I said, with the regular timeline continuing, we also have the competing workflows for RTO with the planning year sessions 1, 2, and 3 happening through September into November. And then let's see here, in December, we've got RTO deliverables that are due in Epicenter. So that impacts the OCS staff, where we have to turn around a lot of the RTO deliverables in that month of December. So again, in similar fashion with RTO, where all hands on deck with RTO, applications would be impacted as well. So I wanted to actually present this information in multiple ways, understanding that on average, we've had 5 applications per month, with 9 applications being our highest in the month of November in 2020. So not knowing how many applications we are going to have set forth for that 2022 application, that's just essentially an unknown, but we do have to factor in the additional workflows that we have. So if there's any questions that you all have, any points of clarification that I can provide, please let me know.
This is Cheryl. I have some concerns about that becoming really overwhelming in terms of like some of those months where we normally would have 1-day meetings, we're going to definitely have to go to 2. We could, depend on the number of apps, we could end up having to go from 2 to 3, because the month we tried to do 9 apps, that like killed people. And August, I know for sure I would not be at an August meeting, because the meeting's going to be on my first day of school. So I understand, I know what we're trying to do. I think this is way ambitious.
Yeah, thank you. And just to clarify, because August potentially would be a 2-day meeting. But again, and so the strength of this is that it does allow for more planning time for those accelerated applicants, for the standard timeline folks. It gives them the additional time. But again, we will have two cycles happening in tandem. So as we complete the late phases of the 2021 application cycle, we will be starting, that 2022 cycle, which is a heavy lift up front. It, requires some transition and some preparation for us to, actually put this timeline in place. So there's a heavier lift in the beginning until it, it stabilizes. But definitely noted, Ms. Turner, that August is an extremely busy month for school leaders. And so this would really be a shift in that we typically not had a meeting in the month of August. Also in July, there would be, additional meetings aside from just that one-day meeting. So it's definitely a heavy lift for the summertime.
Has the schedule been, this is Rita Hare, sorry, has the schedule been reviewed with the state board?
No, this is for your review and consideration at this point.
Okay, because it obviously would impact their schedule as well and their meeting routine, right?
Dr. Hare, that's a great question. I have personally been in contact with Amy White, who heads up the EICS committee, and she's in favor of us moving this timeline up. She has not seen the final product, but we have had discussions with them about moving it up, and she is in favor of it. We realize that the first year is going to be a very heavy lift for our office because we're going to have two cycles going on, maybe some two RTOs going on. But once it's done, it will be definitely to the benefit of our applicants. And to Ms. Turner's concern, yes, we are aware of the August meeting timeline. We could do several things. We could either move the date of the meeting to mid-August if we needed to. We could just skip it and try to double up depending on the number of applications we have. We would definitely have to take into consideration how many apps we have and what your personal schedules are, but I think we could get around that concern.
Those are good points. Thank you.
I have a question about, now I've lost my train of thought. You said there would be one group that would be hindered if they had to reapply. Was that the accelerated group?
So not the accelerated group, but any folks in the 2021 applicant pool who, if they interview very late in that 2021 cycle, knowing that our 2022 cycle opens in January running through March, if we don't have a decision for those folks prior to the close of that 2022 application window, they may not have sufficient time to reapply. So if they interview like in January, as we did, and rendered some of the final decisions in January, even into February, those folks may not have a decision from you all in time to reapply in 2022, if that makes sense.
That makes perfect sense. So Melanie, could we have a contingency in for just that particular year, that if a school or a board didn't make it through that round, that the application window would be open additional X amount of time for them?
We've actually talked about that, and I'm not sure if Dave or Ashley want to chime in on any of that, but we talked at length about that.
Yeah, Sherry, we could do that. That would take state board approval as a contingency timeline if that were to happen. I think our ultimate goal would be try to get these applications, decisions made by February. So if an applicant wanted to reapply, they still had some time, but we could put that in the timeline when State Board of Ed approves it or looks at it to approve.
That would also, the reason we are bringing this to you quite early is because in order for us to revise the rule that is published in the administrative code that now authorizes the application timeline, that would need to change, and that process is extremely long. So that we would just need to take that into consideration. We would need to put that into our revisions to the rule. I could be wrong, but I do not believe it's something that state board can just approve at this point any longer.
Right, it's correct that if we don't actually have this submitted to state board, in July, that we would not be able to have this cycle in, this timeline in place until February of 2023 with the proposed new rule, Ashley?
Yes, that's what the legal team told us.
So if we don't approve this now, then we won't have the opportunity to do that again until February of 23. This is a big shift. It's a lot to consider with the summer months being, a huge shift in the way meetings have typically been conducted. But again, it does allow for additional planning time for the applicants and those RTO cohorts.
And because this is the benefit of the field, the stakeholders, I think that our office can take on this extra work. We do support this. It'd be a little extra work for CSAP during this time, but when the whole transition is finished, I think the charter school community in North Carolina will be a lot better off because they'll have a longer runway to get these schools open. We totally understand the task that's in front of us, and I think you're realizing the task that will be in front of you. But I think that once we get over this hump, it would be in the best interest of the North Carolina charter school community. The rules issue makes this a little more complicated. But again, that's another hill I think we can get over.
What's the board's, what are we feeling about this right now? Cheryl?
I think this is what's in the best interest of the community as a whole. I am seriously considered about capacity for the transition year. But I don't think there's a way to get around that. If we're going to make the changes, we're eventually going to have a transition year. So, but I am concerned about capacity. That's a lot. And if we get a lot of apps, that could be really overwhelming. Where do renewals fit in here? When do we do renewals?
The fall is very heavy with renewals. So usually, I believe the renewal team gives you the renewal report in September, and so those months preceding that are busy with renewals, with site visits, and with collecting the data for that renewal report. And then CSAB, you are busy reviewing those reports and then also doing the renewal interviews and voting. And I believe the votes normally take place in October.
And will we be finished with apps by that time, or we'll also still be doing apps?
The final application your recommendations are due in October.
Okay.
So that's potentially the final month for interviewing.
Do we also anticipate an influx of new board members during the next 3 to 6 months? I'm thinking a number of people, their term may be expiring.
There will be some new board members. I believe several of the terms that are expiring will hopefully be reappointed, but I'm sure there will be certainly some new members coming on.
Right, that impacts as well, just because, there's a learning curve and some onboarding to do for a few months.
Absolutely.
I agree with Cheryl. It's for the betterment of the charter movement and for the success of charters to give them that long runway Dave's describing. I feel like as a board, we can help cover for one another. If there's a month that someone can't be as fully engaged, then the others can step up and we can manage through it to this year, because it will be a better runway in the long run and the outcome.
Melanie, I wanted to clarify, I think that, would this cycle, this 2022 cycle, there would be some like overlap because of the 2021 cycle, but after this 2022 cycle, would the timeline would still look similar, correct, every year? Like, we would still be doing the summer interviews. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct, we would.
Okay.
Right, so that would be a paradigm shift where we would have our meetings in the summer where there's not been August meetings. There's been, July meetings that haven't been heavy agenda items, and there has been, lower attendance with the July meetings per se. But we would have to expand those summer meetings to multiple days. And again, the unknown variable being the number of applications that we receive. But yes, summer would be the schedule for interviews moving forward, Ashley.
The other thing to consider is, that administrators, at least pretty much summer's when we have to take our vacation, and the issue of making sure we can have a quorum for multiple days in the summer.
That's the point, Cheryl.
Because if you figure you don't get out of school until about the second week of June, you've got to be back to start training teachers by the first or second week in August. That really only leaves, 4 weeks that people can take vacations.
That's my concern, is that people are board members, well, those of us that are school leaders, or you all that are school leaders, people are often, that's a big shift. I know, I've pushed for this change. I mean, I think it's the right, I think we're having a massive issue with schools opening on time, or having the timeline and necessary to get open. I think this is one way to mitigate that. Another way could be, again, looking at, a longer runway. So allowing an extended year option, or, pausing applications for a year rather than trying to do 2 cycles at once. I don't know if that would probably not be allowed, but, just saying we're not accepting applications for a year because the timeline is shifting to get it to a place where I guess that would be and you could move the timeline even more aggressively, right? Like the application's due in, let me go back. Can you scroll up? Like, if it was like due in January, then you could start interviews in the, I don't know. I think this is needed, but I understand that the challenges on the managing that cycle is going to be difficult. In the transition year, and even outside of it, right? Because of the summer issue. All right, so Dave, Melanie, what's our next step here? Do we need to approve this now?
Well, that would be our preferred action, because we have to take it to State Board in June for discussion and approval in July in order to meet the rules cycle that we're under. If you feel like this is too much to digest, to vote on right now, we can either call for a special call meeting, or we could discuss it more, vote on it it back another year. You know, we've got some options, but if we want to do it for the 2022 cycle, we're going to have to get it to state board by June.
Don't we have to have a called meeting anyway?
It would, you mean for Doral Academy's enrollment amendment?
Yeah, for RTO, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that would probably be a good idea. I don't know, Dave, your thoughts, because I don't want to surprise state board with an amendment, or if you think we can just put it in with the regular RTO recommendations. I'm not sure.
I think a special board meeting to discuss the update on the RTO discussion today could be helpful, but that would be your decision. And again, like I said, this is a lot to digest, might be too much to vote on it right now. I totally understand and respect that, so whatever the board's pleasure is, we'll accommodate.
Sounds like.
Go ahead, Alex.
I was just gonna say, it sounds like it doesn't feel right now like it's something that we feel ready to vote on. Normally, there's a lot more. It is a big shift, so it seems like it might be good to let people process.
I agree, Alex. We need more time to think, analyze.
We can definitely look at a special call meeting, maybe the last week in May. That would give you another 2 weeks to think about it. And, you know, I think hopefully this document will be really helpful in understanding, you know, and as Melanie clarified, it's, you know, the summer model will be different it won't just be for that transition year, it will be going forward. So that is certainly my biggest concern with just historically what our CSAD meetings have looked like during the summer, and the number of people we've had that, you know, could or could not make meetings. So we can definitely postpone this for a couple weeks and have another call meeting if that would make it easier and give you some more time to really think about this calendar.
This is Rita Hayter. I know that you've worked incredibly hard on this, but I'm wondering if you could merge maybe the other things that are also occurring. Someone asked about reviews, not reviews.
Oh, renewals?
Renewals, thank you. And the radio, I think Ready to Open is mentioned, but I don't know. So if we understood the full workflow, not just the application timeline, but all the other things that will be in a month's agenda, in some way, if you could just merge some of that so we could see the weight of each month.
Absolutely. Yeah, we can add some details for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is Lynn Kroger. One thing too I think would be helpful is if it was more specific and said possibly which would be like the 2 days for that month, or possibly 3 days or 1 day. I know it does talk a little bit about that, but just to maybe have another column that would show that might help kind of be able to wrap our head around it.
Mm-hmm. We can do that too.
Ashley, I think also maybe if we had a list of all the concerns in one place, if that makes any sense, like the impacts.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we can. I'm writing these notes down, so Melanie and I can definitely discuss that.
Okay, great. So I think we're ready. Thank you, Melanie, for presenting this, and I think we're ready to move on.
Thank you.
Okay, we have some several school presentations this afternoon, And the first one is Lakeside Charter Academy. Some of the schools today are low performing and some are here for financial compliance. And I did send you, I believe, the latest financial compliance letters I had on record for these schools. Lakeside is not low performing. It is here for previous continued non-compliance for finances, and so they're going to give a quick summary and update on how they are doing.
All right, well, good afternoon. My name is Jim Montag. I'm the principal here at Lakeside Charter Academy. With our academics, we continue with our assessments. We do iReady for kindergarten through 8th grade, M-Class for kindergarten through 3rd grade. We do NC check-ins for 3rd through 8th grade. And we are participating in the summer recovery program this summer. Next slide, please. So our enrollment trends, in 2019, we had 90 students. In 2019-2020, we had 150 students. This year we had 212 students. 172 of those were in person and 40 were remote. Next year, our projections for the 2021-2022 school year will be 265 students. Currently, I have given personally 78 tours. We have daily tours signed up, excuse me, and that's since January 2021. Next slide, please. As far as marketing goes, we've done ads in Kids Directory, which goes out to dentist office, preschools, really anywhere where families go, and we've gotten good traction with that. We continue to do Facebook boosted posts that are targeted in our area for students. Our staff hands out flyers to local businesses, and we also finally with COVID, festivals are opening up in our area, so we've started to do festivals in the area as well, where we set up tents and hand out swag and recruit families and just get our name out. And I believe the next slide just has a picture of that. So as I said, this is our tent. We hand out information about our school. Staff and parents take part in this. We do bubbles to attract the kids, cornhole. But like I said, now that restrictions are kind of opening up, it gives us a great time just to meet community, invite people to learn about our school, and just get the word out with that. And on the left side, that's this Friday, May 14th is our first festival of this year, but we'll continue to do them throughout the summer. And Suzanne, I will hand it over to you for our next slide on financials.
All right. Can you go to the next slide?
Mm-hmm. No.
That's all I have on here.
Okay. Give me one.
Are we missing one?
We are missing one. Give me 1 second. 1 second here. Suzanne, do you want to just speak to our financials about our audit and the findings, if there were any?
Yeah. Hang on a second, because I think I got it pulled up too.
I'm sorry about that.
All right. So this year, like we said, we're shooting for 265 for our student count, which helps our revenue immensely. To my understanding, that they were in financial compliance due to, a drop of student counts, which equates to a lack of funds. So last year, they increased their student count, and the audit shows that we actually had revenue. We actually had a surplus last year. And then also one of the things that I think they were under financial complaints for was they had not been able to make lease payments in the past. We renegotiated the lease last year and rectified that. And so this year, all lease payments will have been made. And going forward, that will also be taken care of. The other thing was there is an outstanding debt that was acquired, I guess, a while ago. And then, so we have been in conversations with the lender on this one. It's a private person, and we're trying to renegotiate this lease or this debt that they have outstanding. So that is something currently that is ongoing that we're trying to get taken care of before this fiscal year ends, so we can get that taken care of. There were no findings this year. There were findings on last year's audit. All those were taken care of quickly. But so this year there have been no findings, and I think that pretty much covers it in a nutshell.
This is Lynn Kroger. I have a question about the loan that you said that's outstanding.
Yeah.
What's the balance on that loan?
The balance on the loan, well, see, that's one of the things that's kind of in negotiation. Is Jason Guppy on here? He might want to answer this because I wasn't, all I know is the end part of it, which is still kind of up in the air. He has a better idea of everything. To my knowledge, the audit says there is $200,000 left on this loan, but the interest is what's in question. And some of the conversations have been that the interest is not something that this person cares about, but yet then it's just a very, there's just a lot up in the air about it.
So the principal balance you believe is about 200,000, but there might be interest that's accumulated over the years that would possibly be added to that balance?
The interest was initially signed at 25%.
Okay, and then you also have your lease payments that you said you're caught up on, correct?
Correct.
And what is the percent of revenues that you say your lease payments are annually?
They're 25% of the revenues that are not, it's not all revenues, it's the state, it's state funds, most of the federal funds that have strict criteria are not part of that. So it's mostly the state funds, any fundraising funds. You pretty much get an idea of what those are, what is part of that 25%, but most of the federal are not part of that.
Okay, so your lease payment isn't like a set amount, it's based on what your revenues are each year, and it's 25% of those?
Correct.
So that lease payment will increase as your revenues and students increase?
Correct.
Is there a cap that it would eventually?
Not to my knowledge.
And what you said last year was that for 2020 you had a surplus. How much was your surplus?
86.
86,000?
Yes. And the previous year their deficit was about 125.
So what, do you still have a negative fund balance right now then?
No, we don't have a negative fund balance.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
This is Rita Hare. I think I misunderstood you. Did you state the interest rate on that $200,000 loan? What the interest rate is?
Oh yes, it was initially signed at 25%.
But then you also said the lender didn't care about the interest?
We've had conversations with him where he's just mostly interested in the principal. We have sent over a couple of negotiations with him, a couple of proposals, and those proposals are going back and forth. At this point in time, they don't include interest at 25%. He's looking at this point in time for some recouping some late fees that he would like to have, because he's considered, well, it is that the loan was in default, so he's considering recouping some of those late fees. So we have sent over another proposal, and he has come back, and now we're working on another version.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. George, this is Sherry Reeves. So I'm reading here that the initial loan was acquired in 2015.
Correct.
Is that the loan for the facility?
I wasn't here at that time. So, to the best of my knowledge, it was not for facility. But I can't tell you specifically what it was used for. The initial one was for $250,000, and there was a one payment of $50,000. Then that's when numbers started dropping and revenue started dropping. They couldn't meet any payments after that.
So how has this loan been rectified? With a different loan?
No, because of this loan, because it's a going concern on the audit, I have reached out to the banks trying to see if we can, you know, get him paid off somehow. But the banks, because it's kind of like a circle, the banks won't look at us because there's a going concern, and yet we can't get this going concern cleared up so we could pay him. So, so that's why we're trying, you know, to really work with him to get this taken care of. Because there's no, at this point in time, there's no other options because of we're kind of caught between a rock and a hard spot at this point.
I don't understand why no further payment has been made. That's been 6 years.
All I can say is when I came on 18 months ago, no payment had been made. The school at that point in time was struggling financially. And so, you know, I really wasn't even aware of this until the audit came through. And that's when I was like, what is this? But by that time, I had gotten the lease payments taken care of. I had gotten all their other debts taken care of and caught up. And so now this has been my focus, trying to get this rectified.
So are you guys working on lease renegotiations as well? Because it does seem like it'd be hard to ever kind of get ahead, and if your facility's not growing, to always be paying 25% of your revenues.
I'm sure there will probably be some negotiations in the future in regards to the building. In fact, I know there will be.
Other questions?
This is Cheryl Turner. So, Ms. George, your anticipation for your 2021 audit is that there will be no exceptions and you will no longer be a going concern?
I am shooting that there will be no exceptions, no findings. My concern, just like you, is with this going concern, is to get this taken care of and before the fiscal year end. And like, I honestly don't know what to think at this point in time.
This question is for Office of Charter Schools. When does this school come up for renewal?
We're in renewal right now.
Oh, geez. Okay, well, this year going concern is kind of a problem in renewal.
I'm not sure that I see this going concern going away when there's no money to pay, and we're talking about $200,000 plus interest for 6 years.
Well, you know, that's why one of the reasons we're trying to figure out like a payment back to him, trying to figure out some way to get that taken care of. One of the proposals we sent to him had actually started getting him paid this year, with the understanding that he would write some kind of acknowledgement that, you know, that we were working on this, that we had started the payments, and that the payments would be made going forward. The school is growing and their revenue is increasing. Everything else has been cleared up that was left, you know, on the table when I came in, and I really see it keep growing. Even though I'm hoping that, I'm trying to be very optimistic about getting this taken care of before June 30th, but I do know that the school has met all their other obligations, even with the lease, and all their other financial obligations, and they are expecting to have a surplus again this year.
charter school board members, for the board members that were not on the charter school board when this school first came up, remember, this is the old Thunderbird that had an original EMO called Banyan. They are the same group that got Wayne Prep upside down, that had to work through their problems. So a lot of the situations that Jim and Suzanne have had to work through are past sins from that original Thunderbird board. But I know that I personally am very pleased that their enrollment numbers are going up. They've done a good job cleaning a lot of these problems. They still have this one loan that they, as Suzanne said, needed to get clarification, but they have been working themselves out from under that Banyan agreement ever since that original board just left. So there's not that many people that are on the board right now that remember their situation 5-6 years ago. We are a little concerned about their renewal because of this situation, but everything else is in very good shape. Their academics are good, their enrollment's increasing. So just wanted to kind of put a little context to where this school has been and where it is right now.
Thanks for that update, Dave. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I guess my comment to that, Dave, is just I don't understand why no money has been paid back for this loan since 2015. I mean, they ended with a surplus last year. Could they not have taken some of the surplus and applied it?
I have reached out to him several times just saying, give me an I mean, I don't even have an address to pay him. I said, give me an address so I can send you some money. And all I can say is just not, there's just not a lot happening on the other end. We are trying desperately on this end to get something and to even pay him, but he's not even helping us in that regard. Does that make sense?
Has he threatened to sue the school? I mean,
no, that's the thing. He hasn't threatened to sue the school. He actually, said it's okay that we hadn't paid him over all this time because he knew the school was in trouble. And so that's, why it's just a little bit frustrating. It's like, okay, we want to take care of this. We want to give you this money. The proposal we gave him had payments coming in this year, but there again, I would have sent him money, but I have no way to send it to him at this point in time. And he won't give that to me.
Dave, is this the same thing that something about Chinese investors or something?
No, this is something completely different. This is, to my understanding, it was the board president back then needed some funds. He had a friend, and he borrowed the money from the friend who has a some kind of a foundation, and that's what it was. It was something between two friends, and he is very upfront about, he regrets loaning the money, but he still would like to get something back. And I said, well, we're ready to pay. We're here. We're ready. But
well, is that person still alive?
Yes, he is. I've actually talked to him on the phone several times.
Oh, okay. Just want to make sure he hasn't left us.
I Googled him. I checked his LinkedIn. He's a viable person. So.
All right, but I'm sure I'll get us back on track here.
The chair, to answer your question, that their building is financed through that Chinese money back from the Banyan days, but they are working on that also. Who owns your note for your building, Suzanne? Is it American Charter?
It's American Charter Development.
That's right. Okay.
All right. Do we have any action that we want to take right now, or any action recommended by the Office of Charter Schools?
No, these schools have been brought in front of you to explain the situation, their financial non-compliant situation. So no action needed, in my opinion.
I would just, if you need the Office of Charter Schools to write a letter or someone to this gentleman so that you can pay him money, it just seems like it wouldn't be that hard to find somebody to get somebody to allow you to pay him money.
Yeah, I would agree. And yeah, maybe I'll do that. I'll reach out to the to your office and see if you can throw some weight onto him. That would be helpful.
I just, yeah, we need, if that's, it shouldn't be that difficult unless I'm not sure what he has to gain by it, but,
I understand.
okay. Other comments or questions, or can we move along? All right, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right, up next we have Eastside Stream Academy. This school has also had financial non-compliance issues, and they are also one of our low-performing schools. So they are here to give you an update and address that as well. Do I have the principal on the line?
All right. Hi, good afternoon. This is Dr. McCree. And I am the interim principal here at Eastside Stream. And we can go ahead and get started with the presentation you have there. So the first slide shows the historical data from the last end of grade test that was taken in 2018-19. And from that data, the school has a grade of F, and the school did not meet growth that year. And the overall school scores are that 39.3% of the students were on grade level for reading, and 16.4% were on grade level for math, and 70% were on grade level for science. Next slide. And here it shows the reading subgroup data from that same school year. All of the students for reading on grade level was 39.3%, female students 38.5%, male students 40%, black students 36.2%, Hispanic students 58.3%, economically disadvantaged students was 37%, and not economically disadvantaged students were 46.7% on grade level, and not students with disabilities was 43.6%. Next slide. For math subgroup data for the same school year, all students was 16.4% on grade level, female students 7.7%, male students 22.9%, black students 14.9%, Hispanic students 25%, economically disadvantaged students 15.2%, and not economically disadvantaged 20%, and not students with disabilities 18.2%. For science subgroup, during the same school year, all students 70%, male students 63.6%, black students 61.5%, economically disadvantaged 78.6%, and not students with disabilities 73.7%. For this school year, we are using iReady benchmarks, and at the beginning of the year, there were 27% of the students at or above grade level for reading, and at the end of the year, it was 32% of the students at or above grade level. For math, at the beginning of the year, it was 18%, and at the end of the year, 24% of the students were on grade level. For fifth grade science, we used the NC test for that, and they were 15.4% at the beginning of the year and 26.3% at the end of the year. For eighth grade science, 35.4%, and at the end of the year was 28.6%. For the goals for this year, we are looking to be a school grade of C, that is the goal. To also exceed growth, and for reading, 50% of the students on grade level. For math, 50% of the students on grade level. And then for science, 70% of the students on grade level. And some of the strategies that we have put in place are using standards-based planning and data analysis each week. Also, teachers are using weekly classroom assessments, and also classroom benchmarks are given every 4 to 6 weeks, and students are on iReady 30 minutes per day. Next slide. I think that's the end of it.
Yep, that's it. Are there any questions, board members?
Dr. McCree, this is Sherry Reeves. What is your current ADM?
204 students.
And is that up, down?
Up from last year's doubled.
Are you also on financial noncompliance?
Yes.
Okay, can you speak to that? Tell us how you're rectifying the financial piece.
Okay, one moment. I'm going to let the financial person tell you about that.
One of the things is last year the enrollment was low, and so that created part of the situation with, in fact, for the last 2 years, the enrollment was low, which meant there were insufficient funds to do all of the operations of the school out of the governmental funding we were receiving, both state and local. This year, with the increase in the enrollment, that has helped the situation tremendously. In addition to that, we've received the various COVID funding, which has really allowed us to put money into the instructional program, provide devices and all of those needed things without having to borrow any funds to assist us in doing that. We expect that when our audit is submitted this year, we will not only have a surplus, but we will have taken care of all of those items, negative items that were in the audit. And also, because of the increase in enrollment, we will no longer be considered a going concern. We have 320 students already enrolled for next year, and by that I mean the parents have come in, they have completed all of their documents for the upcoming school year. We will be moving into the new facility for the upcoming school year, and life feels good at the moment.
Can you give me some detail, or give the board some detail about the new facility and how it's going to impact the budget, whether positively or negatively?
The new facility will impact the budget in both ways. First of all, we've had a number of parents that for many years have been waiting on the facility to get ready before they would really enroll the school. So in terms of enrollment, it has been a positive. However, our lease payment for the new facility will be more than we are currently paying, though our lease where we are is not insignificant. What else should
That was a good answer. So You're confident that you'll keep your enrollment numbers up?
We're almost at a point where we're going to have to say, we'll have to put children on a waiting list because every day we're getting a lot of people that are inquiring about whether or not there will be space, and quite frankly, we've just about maxed out the facility as it currently stands, and we'll need to add some additional classrooms, though we do have the space to do that.
Where is your new facility located?
It will be located on Robinson Church Road. It's in the east side of Charlotte, and it's only about a mile from our current location, but it's in a totally different demographic area from where we are currently located.
When is your school up for renewal again?
The school is up for renewal. I think our current charter ends June 30th, 2023.
So for the school year ending this year, 2021, do you anticipate a deficit?
No. We did not. We actually did not end with a true deficit on last school year. Because of the way the audits are done, what we ended with was a specific fund that had a negative balance, but we actually had a surplus when we ended the year. It did not come from funds received through DPI, and so it was shown as a deficit. But we had no findings in our audit, and in fact, over the last few years, there have been no findings in the audit. Enrollment was the piece that was driving the financial situation, the negative financial situation for the school.
Dr. McCree, this is Rita Hare. I'd like to go back to your academic report.
Yes.
To what do you attribute the drop in your science scores from the historical data to this year's end of year test?
Well, from what I'm getting information about, a lot of those kids that scored at the 70% are no longer here, because that's been 2 years ago. So half of the current students are new students.
Mm-hmm. And I didn't really notice, I mean, it's not asked in the feedback form specifically, but what strategies are in place to bring the math scores up? And you did note that there are some improvements, but the math scores are incredibly low, particularly among the population, so you must have specific strategies to address that.
Well, one of the things, of course, is the iReady that they're using every day. But in addition to that, the teachers are aligning their standards better. They're unpacking their standards. And we're looking at that unpacking document as they're planning each week, as well as they're creating those weekly assessments based on what they're teaching for the week. So they're getting data on a consistent basis, which allows them to go back and reteach when students are not mastering the concepts. And in addition to that, with those 4 to 6 week benchmarks, that's more data that they're getting that they are being able to reteach during their reteach time period each day, which is at the end of the day.
Are you offering any summer remediation
Yes, there is summer camp, which is going to be reading and math instruction as well as other activities.
Okay.
And also after school tutoring has been offered all school year as well.
Yeah, I think for me, Dr. McCray, this is Sherry Reeves again. The academic piece is just as concerning because, I mean, like the last day you had for math, there weren't even 20% of your students proficient. And I know this past year has been incredibly difficult. So what intervention pieces, so you just said you offer after school tutoring, but during the school day, what kind of intervention is in place for these students?
So those students are getting intervention through use of a teacher that pulls them out to work with them on those skills based on their already benchmarks. So we're utilizing the strategies that are given in that platform, but we also have EOG review books that we're using as well. So the teachers, as I said, they have their own intervention block that they do at the end of the day, as well as we have our special area teachers that are helping to pull those students out and work with them on particular skills as well.
One more clarifying question. You said with the relocation that your demographics were going to change. Can you further explain that?
I think what she was saying was that the location of the school, the demographics are different in that particular school. In that area, and we're looking to try to recruit students in those neighborhoods versus where we are located now.
We are currently located in the middle of low-income apartments in a business park. We will be moving to a standalone facility in the middle of subdivisions where you have single-family homes, and so that's the different demographic.
Do you believe your economically disadvantaged numbers will go down? Am I interpreting that correctly?
We are trying to allow the demographics of our school to remain. However, the school simply being located in a different area will have a positive effect on how all parents see coming into the area, because even the demographics of the disadvantaged take a little pause sometimes when they come and see where we are, and they won't have that concern when we move. We also provide transportation from all areas of Charlotte. So until children show up for school, we really don't know whether they meet the low-income designation or not. It's just the school moving is going to make everyone more comfortable in coming to the school.
What are your current demographics of the 204 students you currently have?
I would have to pull that data, the current demographics of our current population.
Right now, we're 76% free. And we are, I think, 52% male and 48% female. I don't know. ethnicities off the top of my head. I can look that up.
Also, the last person that asked the question about academics, just for background clarification, I was brought in as a mentor to the former principal who left back in April, at the end of April. So I've only been here in the principal role since March. So a lot of what was going on before my role here, I made a few tweaks to those strategies that they were using, but the main goal has really been to really get the school in a data-driven instructional mode because they really weren't using data appropriately. And also they were not aligning their standards to the state standards well. And so now that has been the major focus to carry us through before taking the EOGs next week.
Thank you for that clarification, Dr. Cree.
Thank you.
This is Todd Godby. I'd like to go back to the financials. The letter dated in March references loans that have been taken out. Some PPP loans, but other loans. What is your current debt load?
At the current time, we have already negotiated with our lender, who is also the developer of the facility that we will be moving into, to roll those loans into the lease payments. And our lease payment has been capped at 25% of the state funds for an enrollment based on 250 kids. So as it turns out, it's actually going to be easier for us to make our lease payment than it would have been for us to pay our current lease plus what the loans were. Some of the loans have been paid off, but at this point we are looking at, as I said, the 25% of an enrollment of 250, and we are already at 326. And so we're looking forward to not having those loans hanging over us.
So they've capped your lease payments at 25% of 250. So anything over that, it's capped?
Yes.
Okay. And did you receive both a PPP 1 and a PPP 2 loan?
Only PPP 1.
Okay, and have you been forgiven that loan?
That loan has already been forgiven, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
In ESSER funds?
Yes.
Yes, how much are you getting in ESSER funds?
192 for ESSER 2 and 431 for ESSER 3.
All right, are there any other questions at this time or action that we want to take?
I think, Alex, I just need to know that their data's got to improve significantly before their next renewal. And their financial status, of course.
We got that.
Yes, that is understood.
Okay, great. let's move on.
Okay, the next school we have is, okay, Tillery Academy, and this school is coming before you, again, for financial reasons. This is stemming from low ADM. I'm sure most of you recall that they've come before you before because of low ADM, and I believe this is their second operating year, so there is no, we have no official academic data, but they are going to give you an overall summary right now.
Thank you, Ashley. This is Teresa Harrison, the principal at Tillery Charter Academy, and you're correct, this is our second year in operation as a K through school. So we're currently open 4 days a week with a virtual day on Friday. My staff is on site 5 days a week. For the virtual day on Friday, they're pulling kids in individually, they're working one-on-one, they are offering office hours for parents or students or groups who need extra help. So that is serving as our virtual day, and we still have some virtual learners. 63 of our students are on campus 4 days a week, and 20 of them continue to remain virtual at home. So we use that as a day for everyone to learn virtually as well. We've continued with all of our day-to-day activities and our specials, so PE, art, and music, and we're just following all the guidelines set forth, CDC, DHHS, etc. Thank you. We're continuing to use core knowledge and Saxon math. This is our second year administering the NWEA MAP test. So we administered in the fall and winter last year. This year we are administering winter and spring. Those will begin next week, so we're hoping to see some growth with our students. We've invited all of our virtual students in to take the test if the parents felt comfortable bringing them in, and we've been pretty successful with that. The BOG, we took that in the fall, so we'll see the EOG results at the end of the month when we take that. Our current ADM when we started on day 20 was 90. We're currently at 83 students, and we're enrolling for next year, and the numbers are right there with what we're at for our students. We'll be adding our 4th grade next year, and that is our enrollment currently. I have a wait list for kindergarten because I have one child who doesn't meet the cutoff date for the birthday by a few days, so we're talking about doing some testing to see if that's a good fit for us. You know, COVID, just like anyone else, we opened on our AB schedule in August, switched to full-time hybrid in January. We were able to deliver devices and hotspots to any schools that we were needed, and we just followed the guidelines in the Safe Schools toolkit that we were given, which was helpful. And recruitment and growth, I have a little bit of an update on that one. So in 2019, 2020, we had 40 new enrollments. Leading up to the first day of school, out of 73 applicants, and 54.8 of those enrolled. This year, we currently have 84 applicants, not 74, and 66 new enrollments, not 59. Currently, 78.5% of those applicants will be enrolled at Tillery. We have 149 currently enrolled for next year. Our goal is 155, and our budget is set at 144 students for K4 when we open again in August. So that's how we're looking right now.
In terms of financials, the school is looking to have a surplus of $123,000 at the end of this year. Additionally, we have funds from the ERC, the Employment Retention Credit, totaling about from the first quarter about $45,000. Additionally, the school currently, just to give you an update, we actually have 150 enrolled now at the school, and so we're just chugging along. Enrollment keeps on increasing, and we're just currently navigating the waters on how to handle employment as we increase the number of teachers as we move through the summer and ready for next year. just to add, the school does not have any more debts. Anything that they had in terms of leftover from last year or agreements that we had made have been paid back in full.
Any questions from CSAB?
I don't have any at this time. Any others?
Just a projection on data, EOG data.
We're hoping to see growth of the, let me pull that page up really quick. Of the 15 students that took it in the beginning of the year, 3 of them were at the achievement level, or 3 of them met the achievement level. So we're expecting to see growth in the other 12.
Just to be clear, what is the current ADM?
Our current ADM is 83.
Okay.
And we closed our enrollment at day 20.
So of the 123 surplus that you anticipate at the end of this year, how much is that, would that be related to the ERISA funds that you've received or the other COVID grants?
So this does not include any of the ESSER funds that we would receive, and I believe, Teresa, please correct me if I'm wrong, you're applying a little bit later for those funds, correct?
Correct. I did not put my ESSER deadline in on May 7th. I'll be applying for more next year because we don't need to use it for this year.
And additionally, this does not include any federal funds, with the exception of that we are expecting a reimbursement from the Access Grant in the total of about $4,700.
Correct.
We try to have a more conservative budget based off of just state and local funds. So obviously there will be probably some 15% carryover from this year on federal funds, specifically Title I, Title II.
All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, thank you.
All right, moving along, we have Monroe Academy. And this is a similar situation where I believe they opened the same year. So this would be their second operating year, and they also started with a low ADM. And so that is what put them onto the financial noncompliance cautionary status. Let me pull these up. All right, Dr. Ford, are you on?
I am. Thank you, Ashley.
You're welcome.
My name is Dr. Pamela Ford. I am the principal at Monroe Charter Academy. Our operations as of this year, we are open 4 days a week with a virtual day on Friday. All of our staff is on site 4 days a week, except for I have one staff member who is virtual due to a medical condition. We are also adhering to the guidelines that are set forth by NCDHHS, and MCA is currently projecting a little over $43,000 surplus at the end of June. As we move into our academics, MCA, we are currently teaching virtually and in person, utilizing our curriculum, which is CKLA, Saxon's Math, and Shirley English. Our related arts teachers are embedding cross-curriculum into their lessons as well. We are administering NWEA. This is our second year. This is also our second year given the BOGs, but this is our first year given the EOGs. Based on our math data, our academic goal is to see an increase in the areas of math and reading for our 3rd and 4th graders. When we look at our subgroups, we have 3 EC students in the tested grades, 1 ESL student, and then we had 9 students entered in 3rd grade that were performing 2+ years below grade level. Also to assist the staff, we have our monthly alignment meetings or monthly meetings that are aligned to the curriculum, making sure that we're delivering our instruction with fidelity. and building relationships with students, even though that we're in a pandemic this year. Also, the music teacher conducted a performance online for our grades K through 5 that was in alignment with our curriculum. As we move into our enrollment, MCA's current enrollment today is 84 students. We are currently enrolling for next year. Our projection is to have an enrollment of 124 students, and currently we have 120 students enrolled for this upcoming school year. MCA's projected enrollment breakdown for the 21-22 school year is as follows. And then if we move into our COVID, because this year was COVID, we opened on an AB schedule in August, 4 days a week. We ended up switching to full-time open status with a virtual day on Friday. We have been able to provide technology devices to all of our students, and we've been able to provide hotspots to all of our families that were in need of internet access. We are adhering to the Safe Schools Toolkit, and for students that are in person or virtual, they're receiving the same instruction. And then at the beginning of this year, to help our parents transition to our new way of learning this year due to COVID, we had a parent boot camp in August and September. And then let's look at our recruitment and growth. In 2019-20, MCA had 78 total new enrollments leading up to the first day of school out of 159 total applicants. That means we had a 49% enrollment. Going into this past school year for the 2021, we had 50 total new enrollments leading up to the first day of school out of 125. So that put us at 40% of all applicants who were enrolled in MCA. And then 70 out of 83 students returned, so we had an 84.3% return rate. And projection for this current year, out of 21-22, we have 82 out of 84 students who are returning. That puts us at a return rate of 97.6% return rate. And at this time, we have 38 new enrollments that are currently, which is a 52% enrollment rate. Before we get into finances, just to kind of let you know what we've been doing this year to get our enrollment up and to continue to increase our enrollment. I've been reaching out, myself and my board chair, Mr. Stegall, we're reaching out to new enrollments personally to welcome them. We've been also reaching out to families that left us this year, and out of that, so far, we've had 3 families to return to us that gives us 8 children returning. We have distributed 200 yard signs, 200 flyers, have been on radio advertisement with Wixie, have also done live interview with the Land of Waxhaw. We've rebranded our website. We've been communicating our curriculum and our success stories to encourage families about our school. We've run concurrent social media campaigns in English and Spanish that targeted homeschool families and K through 5 families. We have initiated partnership with Serve Unity to serve as a collection site for their monthly supply drive. We have partnership with Winchester Head Start. We have initiated working connection with Union Academy to engage families and a surplus of applicants that would consider MCA as their second choice, and that we've hosted open houses for new and prospective parents. And so now into our finances.
Hello all. I just wanted to also note that the school will be changing the location this year to a different location that is about 3 miles away. But also kind of serve our demographic that we're also serving right now. Additionally, the school has a projected surplus at the end of the school year of a little over $43,000. heading into next year. The debt that they have is with Goodall Consulting, with our group, and they're looking to pay that off. Additionally, the school is looking to receive $180,000 in ERC, or the Employee Retention Credit Program, from the IRS. So that would help with the surplus, and that is not included in next year's budget, where we are projecting 124 students.
Mr. Rodriguez, can you give us more information on the facility relocation and how this impacts the budget?
It actually helps the budget. We will actually we have a bigger facility and paying about $3,400 less a month for our rent. Dr. Ford, would you like to elaborate on the facility change as well?
Yes, so with the facility changes, instead of us being in 2 buildings, we will be in 1 building. Our classrooms will be larger. Therefore, we will also be able to have more students into our classrooms, and if we ever ran into another pandemic, we will be able to take care of those students within the classroom instead of having to worry about virtual.
Yeah, I'm not sure if anyone is aware, but due to our facility size, it was very hard to bring students back into the classroom due to classroom size and social distancing. So the school had to accommodate this year, but now that they're moving to a safer, better location for parents, it puts us in a better situation, but it also puts us in a better situation to serve the community that we already serve.
With regards to the facility, what is this a former school? Give me details about the facility itself.
The facility actually originally was a daycare that is in the back of a church. That facility, just the other day, we received our CEO, or our approval from the inspector from the city of Monroe. We've already passed the health inspection there. Apprentice Academy, if you're familiar with Apprentice Academy High School, this is the location that they started off in before moving into their current building.
So you won't have any facility issues trying to start and back?
No, and we have actually already received our approval from the city of Monroe for our building inspection. The only inspection we have left is from the fire inspection, and nothing has changed from year to year over that. And the only thing that they were concerned about was making sure there was a Knox box outside of the school. We confirmed that the Apprentice Academy, who was there before us, put one in to bring everything up to code. So we should be good.
Dr. Ford, this is Rita Hare. I know that you've had remote learning taking place, and we've had a different kind of year, but I just wondered, do you attribute there's just a large swing in your test scores at different grade levels, sometimes a huge gain in math, a loss in reading, and vice versa? Have you analyzed that you have some ideas as to why this is occurring, and what are the strategies to try to strengthen your scores?
Yes, you're right. With virtual, you do have a couple of challenges that you run into. But one of the things that we are looking at to be able to strengthen that and to create an increase in our reading scores is, of course, the face-to-face. But more importantly, we're also going to have our summer reading camp to be able to hone in on those specific skills that students are lacking. And a lot of that just really comes from not really understanding what they're reading due to key terms, and being able to reach those goals and, be able to set up individual goals for the students to be able to close those achievement gaps.
Mm-hmm. Good. It sounds like the boot camp was a good idea. Did your parents respond well to that?
They did. It helped out a lot. They got to see exactly how we were running our school. And they got to see that even though they didn't feel comfortable with their child being in the building, that they were still going to get a quality education even being virtual.
Mm-hmm. You currently have 84.
Yes, we do.
So again, just another question about what do you attribute if you have 124 in your projection, that kind of growth, how was that attained?
A lot of that has been attained from the feedback that I've received from new parents is word of mouth from our current parents. Of course, some of them have younger siblings that are now coming to our school. A lot of people have been following us on social media and just watching different videos and clips that have happened about all the growth that we have going on at our school and the great things that we're doing to help children.
All right, other questions at this time? Okay, we will go ahead and keep moving. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have the Institute for the Development of Young Leaders. This is a Durham school, and they are here to present an update. They are one of our low-performing schools, so they will be able to speak to academics and what they're seeing with their data currently.
Hello everyone, this is Yvette Monroe, the school leader. I am here with the chairman of the board, Dr. Christopher Edwards, and Miss Charlotte Wilson, a former principal who returned to support remediation and address remediation loss during the pandemic for our students. Of course, you know that the Institute for the Development of Young Leaders is a free public charter school located in Durham, North Carolina, serving students in grades kindergarten through 8th grade from primarily high potential, low opportunity communities. The program provides a comprehensive whole child approach to education. For us, we have had some areas of growth that included that we maintained a report card grade. We improved overall score to 45 proficiency, missed exceeding growth by 0.7 at 84.3. We increased growth score for the 3rd year in a row. That was the last time that we took the EOGs. We continue to have areas of improvement that includes an increase in student proficiency, an increase in the exceptional children's growth scores, improved in student behavioral and emotional wellness, and we have need for continued professional development. For the 1920, we know that there were no accountability data. And then for the goals for 1920 school year, as well as for the 2021 school year, we continue to have the goal of exceeding academic growth with an 85 or more overall growth score. We would like to retain greater than 85% of our students, and then retain greater than 85% of qualified teachers and staff members. Our strategies, as before, continue to be, we've implemented a daily formative assessment process in each academic classroom. The data is tracked by teacher and discussed in our weekly PLCs. We've implemented a common standards-based weekly assessment that is directly linked to the EOG. We've provided instruction on Saturdays for 4 hours of instruction. We have scheduled weekly student intervention times, daily and weekly student intervention times to work on the fundamentals and missing skills. We have provided extended day reading program. Our teachers have participated in trainings such as depth of knowledge, teach like a champion, leverage leadership, classroom management, lesson planning, and development. Our teachers received and continue to receive feedback from external curriculum and instructional folks, and we provide time in our day schedule for our teachers to have and be supported in PLCs. Our secondary goal number 2 for our student and their wellness, we've implemented multiple social and emotional programs and added trained staff to address the needs of our leaders. We've also focused on building relationships through parent conferences, parent events, and meetings on Zoom. And we've used parent feedback, both formal and informal, in our decision making. Goal 3 strategies include increased teacher support, training, programming, and resources. We've provided leadership opportunities for our teachers. We've built in additional teacher planning time in our schedules, and we've increased teacher compensation and benefits. And you can see here that our current results as of March 2021 shows an overall little over 44% of our students are proficient or above in reading, and a little over 45 is proficient or above in math. Our students that we serve, we have 376 students currently. We started with 419, but throughout the pandemic, students were less and less able to come to school, and some of them were transferred or began to be homeschooled. 86% of our students are economically disadvantaged. 98% of our students are brown or black children, and we have 4 buses which transport 85% of our students. Our staff, we have 38 instructional staff members, and there's a staff to student ratio of approximately 1 in 8. We continue to provide social and emotional learning coaches. We utilize a research-based social and emotional learning curriculum called the Zones of Regulation. These services are, through these services, we seek to improve the mental wellness of our students, particularly those whose behavior impacts the learning environment and their own learning. We continue to develop our mental health array of services, and we expect to employ licensed clinicians in the upcoming school year. During the pandemic, we opened school for in-person instruction for all of our students in K-5 from August 3rd. And we closed for the winter break on December 4th. And we stayed closed until February 26th, until March 1st, where we reopened for in-person instruction. We also acted as a food hub throughout the pandemic for our families and other families in the community. We also improved our ways of addressing, remediating, and academic deficits among our students by putting into the schedule a power hour, which focuses on student growth and academic deficiencies. Like I said earlier, Saturday Academies is something that we do every year. We started Saturday Academy on January 16th of this year. It goes until 9 to 12, and it supports the academic needs of our students. We hired academic coaches to support remediation initiatives. And we also provide Friday assessments at a rigor that mimics the EOGs so that we can understand where our children are in terms of being ready for testing. And we have enhanced our communication with parents throughout the pandemic. We have every student has a laptop. We've purchased laptops for every student, and they are all able to, and hotspots, and they are all able to log on and participate from home on in the learning environment. See. Next slide says that beginning in August 2020, we had a back to school bash. They're just telling here about some of our activities. We had Hispanic Heritage Week. We had Bullying Prevention Week. We had Every Kid Vote Election Day, provided Thanksgiving and Christmas meals to our families, as well as Parent Appreciation Day to our parents. We do a lot in the community around receiving donated gifts and for our children, and donated dinners for our families. We have corporate sponsors who support us in those efforts. Yeah. Thank you. And last but certainly not least, we have, as you all are aware, the 18-19 score of growth met at 84.3, and growth met in 2017-18 at 83.9. 16-17 we had growth met, and then in 15-16 exceeded growth, 14-15 exceeded growth, and 13-14 growth not met, and that was our first year in operation.
Any questions from CISA?
Ms. Monroe, I think those slides on your successes during the pandemic are great information. Looks like you're doing a lot of things and putting strategies in place to work through what was a very challenging situation, but just a lot of good information there. Thank you for those slides.
Thank you. It's a lot of hard work, but we are really invested in changing our children's lives in North Carolina, for North Carolina.
And I too appreciate your perseverance.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We were the only school in Durham that was open from August through December. And part of our taking that risk, which proved to be successful as we had no incidents of infection, but we took the risk, and our teachers took the risk, our staff took the risk, because of our students' need and not wanting them to go without, not only academically, but in so many other ways. Our children are being trafficked, our children are being exploited, and our children are being left behind in more than academic ways.
Can the Office of Charter Schools define what is placing the school in the continually the CLP category? When I look at that final slide, Is it the consecutive years of D, score of D?
Yes, and it's because it's the, let's see, yeah, they have to have an exceeded growth to get out of that with the D. They have to have an exceeded growth, and then they would get out of that low performing.
Mm-hmm. Well, they show a lot of creativity. I don't know if I could say enough. The Saturday school, the power hour, the coaches providing meals and Christmas and just so many strategies here that I feel like they're doing a number of things to try to push that forward. So I commend you again, Ms. Monroe.
Thank you so much. It is always very rewarding to, after working very hard, to hear the commendation of our colleagues.
All right, other comments? I visited Ideal early in the fall when they were in person to kind of learn from their procedures, and they had it on lock. And I think their custodian cleaned the entire building twice while we were there visiting in the span of 2 hours. It was quite impressive. So thank you for that presentation, and we'll keep it moving.
Thank you, Mr. Quigley, and you cannot steal any of my teachers as you tried to do. But you
Hey, always recruiting, Yvette.
Have a good evening, guys.
All right, thank you, Dr. Monroe. Next up, we have Charlotte Secondary, and this is also one of our low-performing schools out of Charlotte. And I believe this is, I believe they've had some leadership turnover, and I'm sure Ms. Rock can speak to that and how long she has been with the school.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Keisha Rock. I am the head of school at Charlotte Secondary School, and I am joined today on the call by the co-chair of our board of directors, Ms. Allison Kling. And yes, I am new. I did start there August the 17th. And I also shared with Ashley earlier this month is that whenever I came in, the previous leader had not left much in regards to what was going on before the school. So it's kind of like I was starting from scratch. But as I came in, here are some of the things that I looked at, and then some things I've implemented for the year. So some of the first things that we looked at was the eBus growth data for the previous years, the 18-19 EOG and EOC scores since we are grade 6 through 12. This year I also looked at the fall 2019 EOC scores before we left for the pandemic, as well as the NC check-in scores from middle and high school that were given before everyone left for the pandemic as well. Some of the data highlights that I noticed is that Charlotte Secondary School made expected growth in 2019, with the highest amount of growth being with our economically disadvantaged students. However, our African American or Black students had the lowest amount of growth in that particular subgroup, and we were very close to meeting growth in both reading and math last year. Some of the other highlights were for the fall EOC scores. This is going back to 2018, 2019, as well as fall of 2019. We had 75% of our students proficient in the Math EOC 1. Math 3 EOC, 15 students were tested, 53.1% proficient. And English 2, 36 students tested with 50% proficiency. And below that, you will see the middle school fall check-in scores for the 1920 school year with 58.1 proficiency in the 8th grade for language arts, math at 41% correct, and the math 1 check-in. There were very few students tested because there were very few students in the 8th grade in math 1 during last year. This year, we have no students doing math 1 in the 8th grade. just kind of looking at some of the trends, I've already discussed some of the growth that we've met. The school was able to move from a D to a C. However, the sixth grade group did perform the lowest in reading and math during the previous school year, and we were not able to gauge what kind of growth they made since they did not have EOGs last year. The chart does definitely show where we need to kind of improve in more areas, so I'm grateful that we were able to make the C, but we really need to focus in on our African American students or economically disadvantaged students, although they did make huge growth the year before, as well as our students with disabilities. So we are putting some things in place this year and continuing out through the next few years. And in the next couple of slides, you'll see some of the things we're presenting this year. So for this year, our academic goals are to maintain the instant report card of at least a C. We're going to strive for a 60%, we're at 57%. We're going to strive for 60%. That should be 2021-22 school year, with 65% for the following school year. And this year, we are just trying to increase EOG and EOC growth in math and language proficiency by 3%. Currently, we are doing some strategic scheduling of instructional time for math, reading, and targeted interventions, including the office hours of the teachers. So we have students who are required to attend tutoring sessions in the afternoon, especially if they're currently failing the class or missing 2 or more assignments in the class. Next year, when we come back into the building fully, the schedule will consist of elongated time for language arts and math, because we are going to be incorporating small math and language arts groups to help address some of the loss in learning during the remote learning. Next year, we will also be doing, can you go back one time? Okay. We will also be doing beginning of the year testing, so we can gauge where they are and make good use of the Lexile and quantile scores as we're using them to place them into the small groups that we're going to be using. There will be quarterly benchmarks to measure growth throughout the year. And I already mentioned the data-driven small groups, so we're grouping students with their small groups based on their reading abilities to kind of help them grow. Currently, all of our professional learning communities meet with an instructional coach weekly. We also do monthly vertical planning to make sure that students receive the instruction they need at the end of the school year in order to start successfully at the start of the next school year. We are also doing grade recovery contracts for students who are missing work or students who do not do well on work. They have to, of course, put some other efforts into what they're doing, because the whole idea is for them to master the content, not just pass the courses. And this year, we have implemented some monthly professional development for all staff that includes making sure that the level of rigor in their assignments match the level of rigor in the standard given. We're doing some professional development around implicit bias, the use of formative and assessment tools, data-driven instruction, student engagement, and tech bites. And we have begun our MTSS implementation process this year, with full implementation next year. So we can try to get some of those interventions done in the classrooms as well. So far this year, we started at the end of the first quarter pulling data, just reflecting on what we have. After the first quarter, reflected that 55% of our students were failing at least 2 classes between the grades of 6 and 12. We put a lot of interventions into place: parent contacts, home visits, grade recovery contracts, attendance contracts. And then by the end of the second quarter, that's a breakdown. We had about 37% of our middle school class failing at least 1 class. 42% were reading below grade level based on the benchmark we used through the computer learning tool Ingenuity. And 32% of our high school students were proficient on their EOC based on the EOC scores we had in December. Our last data dive, we looked at third quarter data, and we were able to lower the amount of students failing, especially in middle school. We were then down to 12% of our students failing at least 1 class, and 14% of our high school students failing at least 1 class. So a lot of the work we did throughout the year, the interventions, the parent contact, the constant harassment of our students, we were able to get them where they need to be so they could take the remote learning seriously. So coming in As a new administrator here at the school, some things I've noticed. Enrollment is a challenge. We are currently at 230 students, where we have a capacity for 350. So far this year, we have developed a marketing committee. We've been doing a lot with our social media presence, radio ads, recruitment websites, sending out marketing flyers. And I think so far it is working. As of last week, we had 47 new applications since January. And according to my colleagues, that is a huge growth compared to the past years. We are working on maintaining and improving our state report card, which I told you before is currently a C. We're working really hard to make sure that the teachers know how to effectively unpack our standards and use curriculum mapping to make sure that we're covering all of the curriculum in a timely manner, especially in our high school courses where we have it as a semester rather than year-long classes. We are working to improve attendance. We've created an attendance board where we have attendance contracts and attendance meetings with parents and students to ensure that there's a partnership between the parents, the students, and ourselves to get them into the classroom. We are also working at increasing the level of rigor. The teachers are taking trainings monthly on various levels of differentiation and meeting students where they are and moving students from where they are to where they need to be, especially trying to reach our high achieving students, because that's oftentimes the hardest group to move. In the meantime, since we have been out, I was just making sure that all infrastructures are in place before students return to the building. We are revamping student, parent, and teacher handbooks, creating parent compact, kind of outlining the roles of all stakeholders, because hopefully whenever we open back in, again in August, when everybody's in the building, I would like to have all hands on deck environment. So I spent this year creating those relationships with parents, encouraging my teachers to create those relationships with parents so that we can address these children holistically, as well as increase student and parent accountability and involvement, making sure that students are taken accountable for their own learning. And that is what I have.
All right, thank you. Any questions from CSAB?
Any questions, team? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are now 17 minutes behind. All right. Dave, I'm going to defer to you in terms of how to organize the rest of the day.
I think we should do the NC Access sub-grant recommendations next.
All right, let me get that pulled up. Right.
Great. Thanks, Dave. Good afternoon, board members. This is Jay Whalen, Program Administrator for the NC Access Program. Super excited to be here today and present to you recommendations for our third round of subgrants. We just recently finished up the third cycle, so as you'll remember, this is a 5-year, $36.6 million federal grant. We're about halfway through year 2 right now, so 2.5 years in, which means we're about halfway through the entire grant period at this point. And the major priorities include the school level subgrants, dissemination of best practices, and professional development. So we've presented to you a few times over the course of the last few months about some of that professional development work, and we'll have a much deeper update when we present our annual report to you later this summer. But in terms of the subgrant program, the goal is to award 60 subgrants over 5 years. And so 90% of the CSP funds are allocated for subgrants. So about $33.1 million of the total CSP award will go directly to schools in the form of subgrants. We've awarded 42 through 2 cycles, and awards can range up to $1.25 million. And so to date, we've awarded about a little over $20 million and then we'll get into this third cycle in just a second. But just to kind of recap our three overarching goals, the first is to increase the number of educationally disadvantaged students attending high-quality charter schools and to expand the number of high-quality charter schools available to educationally disadvantaged students. And that's the primary goal of the subgrant program. Our second goal is to develop a cohort of charter school leaders who can develop and demonstrate best practices in serving educationally disadvantaged students, which is the focus of our fellowship and a lot of the professional development work we do with leaders from subgrant schools, as well as our Visiting Fellows program and some additional leaders from around the state. And then the third goal is to disseminate best practices for serving educationally disadvantaged students and foster collaboration. And so that is part of the best practice portfolios that we create throughout the fellowship, and we'll be posting those online on our website and creating avenues for collaboration between charter schools and traditional public schools. And so just a reminder, I know we use this term a lot, and I probably define this a lot, but when we say educationally disadvantaged, we're using the federal definition, which includes students who are economically disadvantaged, English learners, students with disabilities, students experiencing homelessness or unaccompanied youth, migrant students, and immigrant students. There's a couple primary priority areas that we look at when we do subgrant reviews and the things that we're looking for schools as it relates to removing barriers for educationally disadvantaged students. So while this is not completely comprehensive of what's in the application, these are some of the priorities that we look for throughout the review process. The first is a weighted lottery, which you all hear a lot about, and a lot of the schools that come to you applying for weighted lotteries do have interest and or have been accepted into the Access program. So using that as a tool to increase access for educationally disadvantaged students. Having a comprehensive transportation plan to remove transportation as a barrier to enrollment. Having a comprehensive lunch program. So nutrition and free and reduced lunch is not a barrier to enrollment. The marketing and recruitment plan is very important to us. Obviously, the weighted lottery helps as the mechanism to get kids into the school, but the marketing and recruitment plan is 95 to 99% of the work in terms of getting those students and those families to apply, knowing that certain barriers are going to be removed for the school. And then the Parent and Community Advisory Council is part of a larger parent and community engagement plan that we're looking for and how schools are engaging the broader community and specifically engaging communities that they may not have served before as they look for ways to increase diversity within the school population. So the 2021 subgrant recommendations before you, as a reminder, subgrants are awarded to support the development, expansion, and replication of high-quality charter schools that demonstrate a commitment to increasing access for educationally disadvantaged students. So subgrantees can apply in one of four categories, and we have recommendations in each of those four categories this year. You do have individual subgrant recommendation reports for every applicant that submitted an application this year. So there were 22 total applications submitted. That full recommendation report for each school includes a recommendation summary, the application that was submitted by the applicant, as well as the rubrics from the review committee. So all of the complete review of the application and record of the application in each recommendation summary for you. We are recommending approval of 19 subgrants in this cycle, 3 in the planning and implementation category, 7 in the implementation only category, 8 in the expansion category, and 1 in the replication category. And I'll go through each of those categories in just a second. That comes out to total just under 11 million in total funding. And so that 19 added to the 42 that we've already awarded puts us at 61. So technically meeting our goal of awarding 60 over 5 years. But with that said, we do have between $2.4 and $2.5 million remaining to run one more cycle of subgrants. So we will be able to give out a few more. And again, meeting that goal of 60 subgrants even through this year's cycle. We'll have some money left over to run an additional cycle next year. So I'll go through each category briefly, and and then I'll pause and see if there's any questions about specific schools in each category. Again, you have the full recommendation reports for all of these schools with applications, strengths, weaknesses, and rubrics from every member of the review committee. So in the planning and implementation category, we have 3 schools that we're recommending for approval. You'll see the applicant name, their year 5 educationally disadvantaged student percentage, and that is year 5 in our program. As a reminder, they have 5 years to spend their funds, even if it goes beyond our 5-year CSP window. And so they'll reach that percentage after our state grant ends, but they'll still be implementing. And just one note there, that doesn't necessarily mean that is their max EDS enrollment. That is just their 5 years in the program. A lot of schools will continue to grow overall enrollment and educationally disadvantaged student enrollment beyond year 5 in the program. And so the 3 schools awarded in the planning and implementation category are the American Leadership Academy of Johnston, Bonnie Cohn Leadership Academy, and Dogwood Classical Academy. And all 3 schools are being recommended for a $400,000 award. And if you remember from last year, we take a lot of things into consideration when we come up with the award recommendations. And so the requested funding amount that's in an applicant's sub-grant application is not necessarily what they will be recommended to be awarded. $400,000 is generally kind of the baseline or average that we've used over the course of 3 years, but the overall amount is dependent on the strength of the application, the ambitiousness of the enrollment projections, past academic, financial, operational performance, if we have that. So there's a lot of things that go into consideration when coming up with the award recommendations. But I will pause there, and I'm happy to answer any specific questions if anyone has them around the planning and implementation category.
I guess the question, Jay, this is Sherry. Once these charters, once these grants are approved, they're ready to start spending this, right? Because they are in their planning years.
Yes, and so the step that comes before that is we have a sub-grant budget review meeting with every applicant before they can begin spending funds. So, you know, we never want to disqualify an applicant for you know, maybe an unallowable cost in the budget, or obviously some of these recommendations are lower than the requested amounts. So applicants will, if awarded by the state board, applicants will submit a revised budget to us based on the awarded funding amount, and we will hold internal sub-grant budget review meetings with every applicant and approve those budgets before they can begin spending and drawing down any funds. So there is one more step in the budget approval process before that, before they can spend money.
Okay, any other questions? You gonna keep going, Jay?
Yep. In the implementation only category, we're recommending 7 sub-grants for approval, and you'll see those listed there. Carolina Charter Academy recommended at $500,000. Faith Academy recommended at $600,000. Doral Academy of North Carolina recommended at $400,000. Old Mainstream Academy recommended at $400,000. Precoston Innovative Charter recommended at $400,000. School of the Arts for Boys recommended at $600,000. And Southwest Charlotte STEM Academy recommended at $500,000. And so a note here is that obviously based on some of the conversations that happened this morning, some of these schools who may be delaying or not opening, we will have additional conversations, but there wouldn't be any funding available to those schools until they're open. So and we've run into this situation in the past. But so if a school is awarded for an implementation only, that means that they are about to be or are already operational, and they will only be able to spend money once the school is open. So some of these schools, if they don't make it through the ready to open process and open this year, we could award them conditionally, but no money would be available to them until they physically open the building next year, and we would go through budget conversations with those schools to make sure that they're all set for this year, but they wouldn't have access to any money until the school actually opens. And so the three schools that submitted applications that were not recommended for approval are CE Academy, Steel Creek Preparatory Academy, and Westlake Preparatory Academy. And I'm happy to answer specific questions. I think for the not recommended, kind of the general consensus of the review committees was that the applicants lacked detail and specifics of the overall plans, particularly around removing barriers for educationally disadvantaged students. And so those applicants did not score as high. I wouldn't say there was, one or two areas specifically that were not as good as others. It was just sort of across the board, lack of specific, particularly around some of those priority areas like transportation, school lunch, marketing, recruitment, things like that. Are there any questions about the implementation only category?
So Jay, with the one that we recommended not, that money would just go back in the pot for the next round?
Well, so what we've done in the past is we would award that school conditionally. So the school would still be awarded the funding because they had a strong sub-grant application to remove barriers and to support students. They would not have access to that funding until next year, conditional upon their opening of the school. And so we wouldn't necessarily take the award away from them and put it back in the pot. We would potentially next year if they didn't open, but we can conditionally award them and they just wouldn't have access to the money until they open next year.
Got it. I had my schools confused here for a second. I'm sorry. The day's been long. I got you.
Yep. Okay, hearing no more questions, we'll move on to expansion. In the expansion category, we are recommending 8 subgrades for approval. And so those 8 are Kit Gaston College Prep at $750,000, Maureen Joy Charter School at $800,000, Metrolina Regional Scholars Academy at $400,000, Quality Education Academy at $700,000, the Expedition School at $750,000, the Franklin School of Innovation at $385,043, the Learning Center at $700,000, and Thomas Jefferson Classical Academy at $700,000. Any questions on the expansion group? And again, these are for schools that have been open for more than 3 years with a track record of success. There is eligibility criteria around academic performance and no operational and financial compliance issues, who are recommending both an overall student increase and an increase in the educationally disadvantaged student population.
Jay, I think the lack of questions is a vote of confidence for you and Barbara and y'all's team in vetting these applications. One question I have is, I happen to know a little bit about a school like Maureen Joy. I know they're not. Tell us more about what expansion actually looks like for a school that's not like adding another campus.
So expansion the expansion will include an increase in the student population, and so we obviously want to be flexible enough for certain schools and the situations that we're in. We know there are, capacity restraints in a lot of buildings, but for schools that are able to grow as much as possible, and then if they're trying to focus on particular populations within the overall student population, and so I'll actually use Sherrill and Sugar Creek as an example from last year, having an overall increase in the student population, but they also focused very intentionally on the English learner population within the school. So we look at not only the overall student increase, but some targeted areas within, particularly those EDS populations, and how schools are growing within the school population itself.
Got it.
Great. If there's no other questions about expansion, we'll move on to our last category, which is replication. This is actually the first replication that we've had to date in the Access program. And so Triangle Math and Science Academy 2, which was approved by this board for a replication, also applied for subgrant funding. And so they are recommended for an award of $1 million. And we have typically reserved higher award amounts for replications, particularly given the size of the enrollment increase. Obviously, starting a new school and the size of the enrollment growth that's physically capable of an enrollment in a replication is much bigger than some of the expansion schools. But also, we look at similar criteria around removing barriers in the strength of the application. And so we did have two other letters of intent for replications, and we do replications on a different timeline. They will be submitted, the full applications will be submitted later this fall, but we are recommending for this this cohort to implement for this coming school year Triangle Math and Science. And I believe, yes, so you all will vote on these recommendations today, and then we'll present the recommendations to State Board in June for discussion and final approval in July. And as I mentioned, we'll conduct budget reviews with all approved subgrantees in late July and approve all budgets before they have any access to funding to draw down any reimbursements. We'll launch cohort 3 of the fellowship potentially in August. Obviously, we'll do some planning for COVID and what that looks like. We did the entire fellowship remotely this year, but we're doing some initial plannings for that. But we will launch the third fellowship, the third cohort of the fellowship. And then, as I mentioned, the requests for replication applications will be later this fall, tentatively October 1st right now. But your recommendations today will go to State Board next month for discussion and approval in July.
Jay, could we get some data on the Access Fellows, kind of not now, but maybe like in the fall? Not me, I guess the board, on like if they changed the position, like the minority school leadership fellows, like do they have a different job? Do they have the same job? Like stuff like that. I'd just be curious.
Yeah, we can look into this. So we're actually working with the Friday Institute. They're helping us with a program evaluation of the entire Access program, but a big chunk of that is the fellowship and some of the best practices, how things are being implemented, how successful those leaders feel. And so between focus groups and surveys, we hope to have some of that in our annual report that we'll be presenting to you all in, we're planning July right now. So we should have some additional data around that this summer.
Jay, this is Rita Hare. It's great to see this number of schools taking all the necessary steps to get to this level and earn this sub-grant. And what you've provided is quite a compilation of information on all of these schools with their final recommendations. And it's a lot of great data, and I just appreciate your work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll take a moment of pleasure right now to shout out our team, Dr. Barbara O'Neill, Davita Robinson, and Lakeisha Robbins for all the support and all the hard work, particularly that's gone in over the last 2 months as we've tried to review all these applications and get them prepped for you all this month.
And I thank you very much, TJ, and your team.
Alex, I'd like to make a motion that we support the 19 sub-grant recommendations from the Office of Charter School as broken down. 3 plan implementation, 7 implementation, 8 expansion, and 1 replication.
And Mr. Chair, I must recuse from A.L.A. Johnston and Honeycomb, Hilda Perlay.
In that case, I'll second.
All right. Properly moved and second. Any discussion?
This is Terry Stoops. I have to recuse from Carolina Charter Academy.
All right. Are we able to do these in a batch, noting the recusals Well, I think we have enough to vote. Why don't we just, y'all won't vote on these at all, and we can probably carry it forward. Does that sound okay?
Can we just do a roll vote and
Yeah,
everybody
let's just do a roll vote. Yep.
they recuse themselves as they vote?
Yep.
Okay. Terry Stoops with recusal from Carolina, was that correct?
From Carolina Charter, yes. Aye.
Joel Ford,
Aye.
Bruce Friend. He might have had to step out actually. Rita Hare.
Aye.
Lynn Kruger.
Aye.
Hilda Parlay with recusals from Bonnie Cone and American Leadership.
Aye for the others.
Sherry Reeves.
Aye.
Cheryl Turner.
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
Aye.
Todd Godby.
Aye.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
All right. Dr. Cooper, are you on the line to give a quick renewal update?
Let's do the SECU scholarship announcement next.
Okay, Dr. Jones? I see him on here. You're muted, Dr. Jones. There you go.
I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
Are you ready to present the SECU scholarship announcement?
Yep. Sorry, pulling it up. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. I got it. It's coming up. 1 second. So this year we had, excuse me, about 28 schools submitted their SECU Foundation People Helping People Scholarship School nominees. We submitted those to the SECU Foundation on April 5th. And shortly after, about a week later, I'll just say just a little bit about all the kids who were just absolutely amazing. But of the 7 schools that all of our applicants were applying to range from Winston-Salem State University, East Carolina, Appalachian, North Carolina State, Chapel Hill, UNC Charlotte, UNC Wilmington, and UNCG covered the 8. We had everyone from Eagle Scouts to just awesome, amazing foster students with incredible stories to a young lady who was helping her grandfather with this farm out in Rutherford County. And so of those applicants that we had, Our three winners were Trayvon Hanks from Henderson Collegiate, who will be going to East Carolina University in the fall. We had Catherine Duclos from Eno River Academy, who has been accepted to North Carolina State and UNC Chapel Hill, but don't know where she's going officially, but she was accepted to both of those. And our final scholar was Kylie Bradley from Thomas Jefferson Classical Academy, who will be attending North Carolina State University in the fall. So those were our three charter school representatives that will all be receiving a $10,000 scholarship from the SECU Foundation. Any questions?
Hey, thank you, Dr. Cooper. Excuse me, Dr. Jones did a great job on leading that program, and thanks for your presentation. I don't think Dr. Cooper's on the call. I'll give her a second. If not, I'll move to my report.
Dave, just one question for Dr. Jones. Have the students been notified of their awards?
Yes, by the foundation, and I reached out to their school leaders because I wanted to actually communicate with them and us kind of present them something as well, but have not heard back, so they have been notified.
It'd be nice if they could do just a quick little video to tell us about their plans or whatever, as if they were coming in person to see us.
Absolutely, I got it. That's what we're working on. Thank you.
Great idea, Sherry. Great idea. Then we get a chance to see what they look like and sound like.
Okay, we'll close with my report so you guys can go back to work. So the State Board of Ed does not meet until this week, so I don't really have any updates as far as any of their decisions, but they are Tuesday and Wednesday is the biannual planning sessions, and then Thursday will be their State Board of Ed meeting. And the items that they're going to vote for approval will be the 2021 charter application and KIPNC's request to be a charter support organization. The items that are up for discussion are the 2020 annual report, Wake Prep's request to relocate, and Movement Eastland's request to increase their enrollment. A few OCS updates. There were 5 charter schools that were awarded a Purple Star at the Purple Star Award ceremony. And this is a honor that goes to schools that support the military and their students of military families. And the 5 charters are Alpha Academy, Anderson Creek, Northeast Academy for Aerospace, Peak Charter, and Wayne Frett. The NC Access team and myself met with Dr. Edmonds, who is the State Deputy for Equity, to discuss the grant program and the Fellows program. We had a great conversation to how we can partner with her team to move equity in the charter school community and what we can partner together. And she was very impressed with the things that are going on through the NC Access grant. We did a bond finance hearing at Bonnie Cone Classical Academy, and actually I got 13 bond hearings scheduled between now and June. 1 renewal visit was made. We did make the 2 requested unannounced visits, one to Three Rivers, which I attended with Melanie and Ashley, and Uproar, which Ashley and Melanie attended. We had our second meeting of the charter teacher focus group last week, and we met to discuss how OCS can better support our teachers and how we can keep teachers informed of things that are affecting charter schools, and how can we better communicate to these teachers through their schools. The renewal team does continue to meet weekly to work on the State Board of Ed's request to do a deep dive into the renewal process. We're making good progress, and at the next meeting, we'll make a point to make sure we bring everybody up to date on what's been going on. We're very excited about the things that we got planned, and we think it's going to be a great presentation. And the last thing is our next meeting in June, we want to do it face-to-face. So you'll be getting more information from us, but we have 3 board members that look like are going to be coming off the board, and we'd like to be able to send them off in a good old-fashioned send-off face-to-face. So Ashley will be sending you more information about that if you're able to attend. If not, we'll still be able to do remote also. So that's all I have, Chairman, quickly.
I think he had a meeting. I think I'm supposed to close.
Okay. Are there any questions from any of the CSAB members for OCS?
I can't wait to see you guys next month, Dave.
We can't wait to see you, sir.
Everybody,
Can I make a motion, Ms. Turner, that we adjourn?
I will second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, see y'all next month.
Good night. Bye-bye.